Peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. In the name of God and with thanks to Him, I start. If any of us to come on this stream would not please God, then it's on me, but I also have no control over what some game developers may include in their games, and I also don't have control over what other players do or say in cooperative or multiplayer matches. My name is Muslim Gamer TV, and this is my first stream in a series of zombies, of Call of Duty Cold War Zombies gameplay after the trial. So basically, but the trial is still on, but I mean after I actually bought the game. So I have I've been streaming quite a while, several hours, I think a few dozen hours in the last few days, mostly zombies gameplay, Call of Duty Cold War Zombies gameplay, but I also streamed a few hours of multiplayer matches especially to unlock operators and to try some multiplayer. Most of the zombies gameplay that I've streamed in the last few days was with the trial version, and then as you can see, there is no more trial here in red text. So I actually bought the game mainly for the zombies mode, to be honest. And after I've tried the Firebase Z, the Dead Ops Arcade, I've already tried this in the previous trial, and I didn't buy the game after it. And now I tried, Firebase Z and Dead Ops Arcade, and I am inclined to say that I actually bought the game mainly for Outbreak, to be honest. This might sound a bit far-fetched, but yeah, I actually, right now, I think the final verdict is that I actually bought this game just for the Outbreak Zombies mode, because I just don't I like the maps, the Firebase Z and the D Machine maps are nice. The maps themselves are good, but the mode that is attached to these maps, I just despise that mode. I really hate it. I don't enjoy it, and I don't think it's fun. It's basically just 95% of the time you are running and gunning. You can't even stand in front of a machine and pick an upgrade in peace. You can't, change classes in peace. You can't change weapons or customize your weapon a little bit after getting upgrades or whatever in peace, as long as you're playing in these matches. And the thing is, it's almost there's an endless mode. That's another issue. So I don't know what the devs are thinking really with the whole design. Of course, this design has been for years this way. It's been, since Black Ops 1 Zombies mode. For many years it's been this way, and strangely enough, it has its own fans. But yeah, I've always hated the zombies mode of Call of Duty until now, until this release, until this direction started to sort of materialize for the franchise. But before, yeah, I hated how you don't have any goals. There is no aim. You don't have anything to work toward. It's just, the best that you can think of is, can I get like a world record? Can I get like the highest rounds? And then what? It's just for show off, for fame on YouTube. But what about fun? What's the fun in that? I don't know. Maybe some people think or for them it is fun to keep playing endlessly. These endless rounds. But for me, I just hate that style. And when the series switched to exfiltration, there was a goal. I really loved that. So I really enjoyed this part of the change, and a few other parts where basically jumping through hoops and doing these mysterious things in order to get some sort of good weapon. This was also part of, I think, the previous series, like Easter eggs and unlocking doors. I think it was a bit simplified in D Machine, a little bit. I mean, you still have to unlock doors in a specific sequence. Of course, you can unlock all the doors, but then you would waste your money, and then you wouldn't have enough. Your credits or essence or whatever it's called, the credits that you earn, you would waste them on unlocking all the doors, and then you basically don't have enough to increase the damage on your weapon by this machine called Pack-a-Punch machine. So in a way, yes, you have to unlock doors in a very specific way in order to be able to upgrade your weapon early enough, because as the rounds keep increasing, you go higher and higher rounds, the zombies become more and more of bullet sponges. So you really have to keep up with an upgraded weapon. And in order to upgrade the weapon, you have to go a specific path. Yes, in order to unlock the weapon, first of all, you have to go on a specific path in order to find that machine. That's first. Secondly, you have to go in a specific optimized path, as in you unlock this door, and then this door, and then this door, and so on, or this tunnel, and so on, until you find the machine. And then you can upgrade your weapon and keep up with the bullet sponges that start spawning in later rounds. This I really hate. I just really hate it because it's counterintuitive and it's not new player friendly. It's annoying. If a new player just jumps into the series, they're gonna be confused, what the hell's going on. Some people argue, some fanboys or people who just blindly love the series and don't think that there's any room for improvement. They would say, oh, but it's difficult. You have to learn. Any game has some sort of learning curve and so on. Yes, but a lot of games, especially modern games, have good tutorials. They have intuitive controls. They have some games go as far as to have intuitive gameplay. What does intuitive gameplay mean? It means gameplay that allows the player to figure things out on their own as they go. That's intuitive gameplay. Someone who already is very familiar with the zombies series because they've been playing it for 5 years or something, they'll say, oh, but the zombies of Call of Duty is intuitive. No, it's not intuitive. You think it's intuitive because you're an old player who is used to these mechanics, but for a completely new player who's jumping into this series, it's not intuitive. You actually have to watch videos. You have to follow. You have to follow players. And if all the players are trial players and they're new players, who are you going to follow? You don't have anyone to follow. You have to watch actually video tutorials to tell you, oh, this machine is located in this specific location, and this machine does that, and then you have to go you have to take these specific steps in order to get a better weapon, in order to increase the damage on your weapon and also increase the tier. And then there is this currency for increasing the tier, and then there's this second currency for increasing the damage, and then there's this third currency for God knows what. So all these things, they multiple currencies, specific paths in order to progress, and it's progress inside the round, not progress, not increase your levels or whatever. As you play the game, you increase your levels, you progress, your account progresses. But in order to progress the damage of the weapon and what have you, during the round itself, the zombies match itself, you have to go in you have to take a specific path. It seems like, it's an open map, you can go anywhere you like, but it's not like that. If you want an optimized path, if you don't want to waste your credits and then end up basically gimped or end up with a crappy weapon, fighting trying to shoot bullet sponges with it. So yeah, all these things, they are counterintuitive. You gotta watch tutorials for it, or you gotta keep playing for 20 hours, basically suffering, feeling clueless, feeling stupid, until you kind of figure it out on your own, or you see other players doing something specific over and over again until it hits you and you figure it out. But I think the better path here is just watch video tutorials by good channels, people who know how to explain things, and then you can maybe have a bit more fun. But generally speaking, yeah, this is my verdict on the Firebase Z and the D machine, especially Firebase Z. D machine is a little bit clearer, because usually you have like two paths. So if you pick the wrong path, then the other path is the correct one. Firebase Z is much more complex, and there are countless paths. There are 5 paths. Then in order to know where to go, you have to really take your time, watch videos, keep failing over and over again and feeling stupid and feeling lost until you figure it out. But as I said, that's not a nice thing to have in a game. I believe games should be fun right from the start. And I don't mean, because some people hear this and think I want the game to be easy. No, I love challenge. I really love a good challenge in a game. Intuitive does not equal easy. There's a huge difference. When a game is designed in a way to allow players to figure things out on their own, step by step, kind of taking things slow for new players, that's intuitive. That's not easy. You can still throw difficult fights at so basically in a game like this, make the zombies hard. That's fine, but as I said, make the game itself, the mechanics and the game itself, and your progress in a map, make that intuitive. Give clear indications to players about where to go, especially in the beginning, at least the option. If someone doesn't want that, that's fine. So in the options, you can turn off in the interface, you can turn off markers or objective markers. Even give objective paths, kind of like, in the Dead Space series. In Dead Space series, you could press this key and there is a path, a clear path to your objective that you can see drawn on the ground. It doesn't appear all the time, you have to press a button to show it, but then there is this path. And other games, I believe there's at least 2 or 3 other games that have the same exact mechanic, especially if you're riding a horse or riding a car, there is a clear path to your objective. Add something like this, for the next objective. And as I said, it wouldn't be mandatory. So if someone doesn't like that, that's fine. They can remove that in the interface or whatever. But if someone needs it, especially a new player needs it, then they have it. So they can, basically figure these things easily in the beginning, while the game itself is hard. The zombies fights are hard and so on. So these are some of the problems, some of the major problems with the Firebase Z and the D machine. Other problems with this mode, attached to these maps, is that there is no safe house. As I said, you can't stand in peace to pick your soda. If you're in front of a multiple soda machine and you want to basically think about which one to pick, you can't stand in front of a machine and do that in peace. You cannot stand in front of a machine that upgrades your weapon and your armor in peace to do this. You're literally running away from zombies like all the time. Yes, there are like these breaks between each horde, like each attack and the other, but sometimes you don't have enough resources during this time, and sometimes you're trying to collect loot, so you just finished a round with a lot of killings and stuff. Like you killed this horde, there's a lot of loot going on, you have to check your resources. This might take 10 seconds, and I think the break is, I don't know, maybe 30 seconds or 20 seconds, something like that. So you really don't have enough, and sometimes you have to run. So after a really difficult fight with a horde, you might be at the other end of the map. So by the time you loot and you run all the way to the machine that you can upgrade, where you can upgrade your armor or your weapon, the next round has already started. The horde has already started coming at you. So I think this mode desperately needs safe houses. It's an iconic thing in games. It's been in zombie games, I mean. It's been in zombie games since Left 4 Dead, for God's sake, a classic in the zombie genre. Until this day, we still have safe houses. The Zombie War 4, for example, game, a new zombie game, has safe houses. I believe the successor to Left 4 Dead, which is Back 4 Blood, I think going to be released in the next couple of years or so, also has safe houses. A lot of zombie games have safe houses where as I said, the character or the player can get inside that safe house and do things in peace, upgrade, customize weapons, choose a new class, choose a new weapon, and so on and so forth. This mode desperately needs safe houses. And I'm not talking about mandatory safe houses. If someone wants constant adrenaline, don't get in the safe house. The machines can still remain. I mean, basically these machines, so you can have two copies of each machine. A copy inside a safe house where you can do these things in peace, and then a copy outside in the open where, people who thrive on 100% all the time, adrenaline pumping, they can go out there and just ignore the safe house. But as I said, some players will appreciate, and I'm one of them, will appreciate a safe house in this mode. Also, I will very much appreciate paths, clear paths to the next objective while I'm learning the mode. Then I can turn it off in interface or whatever later on. But as I'm learning the map and as I'm learning this mode itself, it would be great to have better basic user friendliness, a better interface, a more user-friendly interface, a more counterintuitive, gaming mechanic where I understand what to do in this map in a bit clearer way. This mode. These are two major problems with it. The other problem, I think, from my perspective, the other problem with these two maps and or the mode attached to the maps is that there is no defense spot. You are constantly running and gunning, and I think this makes I mean, surprisingly enough, some people might be surprised when they hear this, but I think this makes the mode boring for me personally. Why? Because it's just a one trick pony. It's a one mode, which is what running and gunning, constant adrenaline pumping. You don't change that, you don't change this style of gunplay. You're always running and gunning. And I just think that's boring. The Outbreak is amazing in the fact that it mixes this mode with another mode, with another style of gameplay, which is, kind of slow-paced, strategic thinking, basically about what to do in your next step, sniping zombies from a distance. So basically there is a mix. There is in the Outbreak, one of the things I love about Outbreak mode is that you mix these two paces, a slow pace, sniping, strategic thinking, what to do next, kind of taking your time, breathing, just taking a deep breath, from all this adrenaline pumping. And then when you activate an event in Outbreak, all of a sudden you're back to, heart pumping, running and gunning mode and adrenaline pumping in your blood and so on. So you mix these two things in Outbreak, and that makes the Outbreak mode and its map just amazing in my opinion, compared to this boring mode, this one here, where you're just always running and gunning and you're just running around like a headless chicken all the time. So that's the third major problem with this mode attached to these two maps, in my humble opinion. So the first one, they need safe houses. Secondly, you need like intuitive game mechanics, a clearer pathway to next objective, especially for new players. And finally, you need to mix things up. I think you need to add, the devs need to add like objectives where you basically stand your ground. So you basically defend yourself in some sort of spot. After you acquire some resources, you get a stationary gun. You buy this stationary gun, or a couple of players, so a team of 4, 2 of them can buy a stationary gun. The other 2 can buy, heavy machine guns or something like that, like the death machine, and then they have to stand their ground and defend themselves against an incoming waves of zombies, like a horde of zombies going, all of it at high speed. So this would add interest in this mode. It would make this map, the maps are good. The fire-based map is great, it just needs figuring out and some help in figuring it out at the beginning. But the mode itself, the mode attached to it is just boring, it's just annoying, and I don't like it. And I think some sort of like a point in the map, maybe the final point or something like that, where people stand their ground and defend rather than just always, because even in this mode, even during extraction, you're not doing this. You are still running and gunning. Yeah, maybe you can buy a chopper and do something different to really eradicate all the zombies using this powerful or uber powerful weapon like a chopper or death machines or whatever. But if you don't have something like that, you are ultimately running and gunning still. You're still doing the same exact thing that you've been doing the whole damn mode, the whole damn map. So yeah, mix things up. Add safe houses and mix things up. Add some sort of defense spots and so on to make this mode a lot more interesting, especially for the standalone. I heard that the devs are working on a new zombies game that will be standalone. It will not be attached to any existing title. So that would be amazing. And for the outbreak mode, the transition screen needs to leave the game. It's obnoxious, seizure-inducing and migraine-inducing. There's when you transition to the next difficulty, there's this weird warping effect. This screen has to leave the game. And I mentioned also in the past, but I'm repeating it because I'm kind of collating all my feedback in one introduction here. The second thing that needs to leave the game are some weird dialogue lines, like one of the soldiers says, "Headshots rock." When you ask yourself who says that, only gamers say that, but you're not controlling a gamer, you're controlling a soldier, supposedly, at least he's a soldier. So yeah, I don't think soldiers, when they kill enemies, they say "headshots rock." That's such a gamer thing to say. So yeah, it might be appropriate for the gamer himself, controlling the character to say maybe, but the character inside the game shouldn't be saying things like that. And I think the series generally, I would love to see the series generally moving towards more realism, moving away from this weird fantasy, high fantasy mode and spirit or vibe, and becoming a little bit more realistic. So yeah, zombies and everything, but there's nothing wrong with a little bit of realism in a zombies game. I would love to see that, since you already moved towards soldiers instead of weird characters fighting zombies. Now soldiers are fighting zombies and extracting. So to continue this path of realism, I would say generally take away anything that looks like fantasy. So this dragon eating zombies needs to also eventually leave the game. I think the soda machine also should leave the game and be replaced by permanent upgrades to your reload speed, to your movement speed, and so on, in the zombies mode basically. But yeah, in on-field upgrades, there are certain on-field upgrades that are appropriate and can stay in the game. So ammo mods, these can be acquired on the field. That's fine. Also, on-field upgrades like death machine, chopper, these things. These things can also stay as on-field upgrades. So you can only acquire them on the field by killing zombies and progressing with the mode and so on. But some other stuff like the soda machine, I think they shouldn't be on-field upgrades. They should be permanent upgrades that you acquire via leveling up, to add more realism, to move towards a more realistic path for the series. That's it. So yeah, and add safe houses. I mean, these the beacon spots in outbreak mode tend to feel like a safe house, but I think still adding a proper safe house, a closed area where you cannot be attacked, would be nice. Of course, about if certain parts of the map are not compatible with players running away and hiding in the safe house, you can actually make the safe house possible to be broken. The door itself can be broken by special zombies, so that players don't abuse the safe house. They don't go there and hide and start shooting enemies from inside the safe house. Like if there is an opening in the door, back like back in Left 4 Dead, there was like the safe house door would have this opening, and sometimes we would kill zombies from inside the safe room. But you can just kill the zombies right outside the safe room. And sometimes, like occasionally, like that part where people where the players would run back all the way back to a safe house and hide inside, this didn't happen that much, to be honest. It was very rarely happened. We would fight properly in Left 4 Dead. So I think people will generally also fight properly. But even in Left 4 Dead, the tank, the biggest and most dangerous special zombie, was able to break the door and enter. Sometimes, get inside the safe room too, or the safe house. And if the tank cannot enter, they can break the door, and then sorry about these. Put it away. They can break the door, and then other zombies, like the normal zombies, can enter the safe house, of course, and swarm anyone hiding inside. So yeah, you can add this mechanic where special zombies can destroy the door by projectiles, or simply by their own weapons and stuff, so that people don't hide there a lot and fight, or basically don't try to kite the zombies all the way there and fight from the safe house. But yeah, so outbreak mode. The transition screen needs to be replaced or just removed from the game. Some dialogue lines need to also be removed from the game. They're just inappropriate and also unimmersive. They break the immersion. And finally, I would also appreciate safe houses for sure. And I think safe houses or safe rooms would be very appropriate, would be very relevant, and they would fit the Call of Duty spirit vibe, general vibe, and also the outbreak mode itself. This is my collection of basically feedback, at least feedback as in negative feedback, things that I think should be removed or improved. about both of this. But yeah, I'm suspecting that I might not be playing much of Firebase Z and D Machine. Unfortunately, I'll probably be playing a lot more Outbreak than these other two, especially until some of the things I mentioned actually are implemented in the game. Um, Other than that, on the positive, on a more positive note, I think that one of the things I absolutely love about the series is just the weapon mechanics, the graphics. Of course, the graphics are amazing, but what's even more amazing than the graphics are the weapon mechanics and the customization of weapons, the wide variety of weapons. So you're catering to every sort of fighting style or gunplay style. Submachine guns, light machine guns, assault rifles, snipers, tactical rifles, and so on. And every weapon you can customize, and you can kind of put exactly all the pieces that would make that weapon really personal in a way. As in, the fighting style that really relates to any or every kind of gamer. So if someone wants power and they're willing to sacrifice spread or recoil, like bad, really strong recoil, but it's a powerful gun. They have these options. If someone wants very good recoil or just minimal recoil and a narrow spread, but kind of less damage from each bullet at least, then yeah, there are also weapons that behave that way. Someone wants submachine guns up close and personal. They have it with a laser attachment. It's there. Someone wants a sniper and snipe from far away with like huge scopes and stuff. Yeah, that also is there. And obviously Outbreak mode makes these weapons relevant. Snipers were completely irrelevant in these modes, because yes, you can get a few kills with a sniper, but eventually you will be swarmed, and you're not gonna be very helpful to your team if you're running around in these maps with a sniper rifle. But Outbreak mode, absolutely no problem. Run around with a sniper rifle. It's beautiful and it works. And you can switch to another weapon for the certain activities that where you are swarmed. Basically, you can't really stand very far away from the activity. You have to be near it, and you're kind of running and gunning. Yeah, you can always switch to a different weapon, but for the rest of the map, the sniper rifle is very relevant. So this mode, the Outbreak mode, really makes this series and the zombies mode shine, and allows for more freedom and variety in weapon use and attachments and stuff. So these things are amazing in the game, definitely, and they're probably the main reasons why I play the game. The graphics and the weapon mechanics, and of course some of the sound effects. But the story, for me personally, the story is non-existent. It's convoluted, it's confusing, and it's also not very credible. It's not something that I can relate to or understand or really believe. It's not very believable. So yeah, there's like a weird mix of magic, hell, fire, spirituality, technology, and with all this stuff. So yeah, it's just a mixed bag of confusing stuff. I think a better writer, Activision needs to invest in a better team of writers, or writers that would just take the story seriously, especially if you're going to develop a standalone zombies game. I think Activision would really want to invest in a proper writer. Kind of the writing that we get from, for example, Assassin's Creed series, from Rockstar games. Rockstar generally, whether it's Red Dead Redemption or Grand Theft Auto. Naughty Dog, kind of also story and writing. So the Last of Us, these. So this sort of writing and storytelling, something more sensible, something that we can understand really and stuff. That would be much better than this. And the dialogue also, as I said, some of the dialogue lines are just cringe-inducing. Really, they're really cringy. Even though that's not a word really, so I say cringe-inducing. Yeah. But back to what I mentioned, as in kind of ending on a positive note, the introduction and the collection of feedback, the weapons customization, the graphics, and some of the sound effects. All of this are just really amazing, world class. So world class graphics, weapon mechanics, weapon customization, and sort of warfare sound effects, the gun sound effects, world class. But then on the other hand, yeah, the dialogue, the story needs a lot of work. The dialogue needs a lot of work. The transition screen needs to go away from the outbreak. Adding safe houses, adding variety to these modes. Yeah, that's what we need for sure at this point. I think that's it for a very long introduction and collection of feedback. And I do hope that anyone can take this forward to Treyarch, Infinity Ward, Activision, whoever is a decision maker and can make some of these things happen, because I do believe that they will make this series, this mode, a lot more popular than it is if we move in this direction. As I said, more intuitive game mechanics, kind of less confusing and more intuitive. Not easier, no. The game can remain hard, but just intuitive. People can figure things out, or can figure objectives on their own, or clear pathways to objectives and stuff like that. Yeah. So that's all for now, and I'll start playing some D Machine just to level up weapons. I'm not even sure that they really are. D Machine is really the best mode for this, but this is why I'm still doing some research to time things and see what's the sort of optimized path to leveling weapons. And as I mentioned before, I'm using a mechanical keyboard. So as usual, unless I'm talking or commenting on something or replying to someone on chat, I will put my microphone on mute. If I don't respond right away, please, I say this over and over again just to emphasize it. Don't think I'm ignoring you. I just sometimes get distracted or by the game, or really absorbed in what I'm doing, so I don't hear everything that or I don't read, I don't take a look at the chat sometimes. So don't think I'm ignoring you. I'm just absorbed by the game. I'll definitely reply as soon as I can. That's it. And thank you for those who were listening.
Requiem Actual, we've reached the target LZ.
You have your orders, strike team. Investigate the site. Contain the threat.
Better them than me. Who next? I got time.
Nazi bastards. Of course they're responsible for this mess.
Team, we need to find the facility entrance and figure out just what happened here.
That's it for you. Undead threat neutralized. That one bit the dust. Eat it, fucker. Zombie KIA. Good night. One less rotten hostile. Undead Tango down.
Hey, light work. Sorry, I just saw your message. You sent it 4 minutes ago. Sorry about that. I was like focused on the game. Dark Ether, no, weapon level grind. I am for dark ether. I play Outbreak.
Infected fucker had to go.
What? But I'm trying. Oops. Oh god. I'm trying this mode for the weapon level. See how it compares with Outbreak.
Zombie down.
Max ammo.
Stay alert. Someone may be inside. Omega group equipment everywhere, walking cadavers all over the site. Don't need a magic 8-ball to know we're in bad shit here.
Nazis lost control of the experiment in 45. Did the Soviets really think they'd do better? We need to get the power on.
Energy stabilization involved. Energy stabilization at 100%. Stabilization restored. Anomaly generated.
I think it's fair to say that's what Omega Group was investigating.
The bitch. He looks just like the others we've seen. Germans must have breached it during the war. They were desperate at the end.
Strike team, report. What the hell just happened?
Oh, fuck me. They went through the portal. We should run some diagnostics when they get back to HQ.
Itch me their souls. Max ammo.
I'm noticing a large concentration of radioactivity in your AO. Something is headed your way. Good work, strike team. You can't leave the job half done.
Kill the whole gang.
Raptor 1 is nearby, strike team. Exfil window is short, so take it now if you're ready.
Undead threat neutralized.
Exfil window's gone. I'll let you know when the next one's available.
down. Ha! That's it. Headshot always does the trick. That's right. Keep them coming. Good night.
Fetch me their souls. Max ammo.
Hello there, Brad. Sorry about the delay. I just sent it a minute ago. Yeah, I was just so focused on the game, so I might not be able to respond always promptly.
Infected fucker had to go. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry.
am.
There's an exfil window available.
I'm playing by speaker. Yes, I will do that. Hold on.
Bring us home, Weaver. We've done all we can today.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ before the window closes.
Every last one.
Raptor 1 is reached out. Soviets have identified our location. Need the LZ clear to proceed with extraction, strike team.
Kill the whole gang.
Damn it. Oh man. Yeah. So I was, well, still am, but right now, not anymore. Okay, so I was playing with the speakers. I don't know. I like to take a break from headphones sometimes when I can. So yeah, but I forget them. So like even while I'm streaming, I forget that I have I'm not wearing my headphones. I'm using the speakers. So yeah. And then of course the speakers are going to be picked up by the mic. So not cool. But yeah, I'm trying to level up. Oh, I gotta check the time. So that's I'm basically trying to figure out like how much experience I'm getting by playing this mode or trying to level up my weapon in this mode. So just oh yes, yes I am Muslim. I mention always that there is a sort of a necessary disclaimer that I mention at the beginning of almost all, not every single one, but almost all my streams. I say that yes, I am Muslim, but I do not represent Islam as a belief system or Muslims in general. I only represent myself, and unless clearly and specifically stated, or I'm talking about verifiable facts, historical or scientific, my opinions are my own, and especially my mistakes are my own. And occasionally on my streams I talk about various subjects ranging from religion through science to obscure subjects like conspiracy theory and transhumanism. And I'm almost always inspired by something that happens in game, so it's rarely, if ever, completely random. And then I say, if you choose to watch my streaming or archived streams, then I hope I've prepared you very clearly for what you may expect. And by way of archived streams, I do try to archive all my streams permanently on my YouTube channel with the same name, Muslim Gamer TV. Yep, that's about it.
Requiem Actual, we've reached the target LZ.
This is where it started, strike team. Let's get some answers.
We believe that the universe and the Earth were made by Big Bang.
Headshot always does the trick.
Here we are, ground zero. Dimensional gates opening around the world.
The way it was.
Should have known it would come back to some evil Nazi experiment gone wrong.
Just waiting.
Wouldn't be the first time, would it, Major Carver?
Team,
facility entrance should be just ahead.
Yeah, we believe that the universe and the Earth within, as part of the universe, was created by the Big Bang, not as the cause, but just as God's way of creating the universe. and the Quran has a
right in the
verse,
grill.
like our holy book has a verse that refers to the Big Bang, the event itself. Basically, it says that obviously the Quran is in Arabic originally, so anything that you hear in English is just someone's effort to translate what's written in the Quran in Arabic. So the verse, my own effort to translate that verse would go like, do the disbelievers or the unbelievers not see that the heavens and the earth were there's a word, that word best translates to one entity. So do the unbelievers not see that the heavens and the earth were one entity, but we rent them asunder? So the Quran says, God says in our holy book that the heavens, or the universe, the heavens and the earth were one entity, one body, and then God rent them asunder. He, kind of exploded them or made them into what they are now.
Double points.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah. I didn't realize that the game itself... Hold on. I can definitely lower the volume of the game itself even more. And thank you for letting me know. Lots of people, kind of... not like... not like a lot. I mean, just several, maybe until now 5 or so people came on stream, and I talked to them, and they seemed to hear me, so... And they never said, how about now?
One less rotten hostile.
So yeah, I'm gonna keep talking, just saying anything, so that you can kind of see how my voice volume...
Game over for you. Smoked a few.
Okay, good. So yeah, as I was saying, the Quran is our holy book is originally in Arabic. So anything you hear in English is just someone's effort to translate it as best they can, and it's not always super accurate, a super accurate translation. So because there are some words that we still don't quite understand in our holy book. So yeah. So that verse, so basically, as I said, our holy book has a verse that refers to the Big Bang, and the verse, my best effort to translate that verse goes like this: that has the unbelievers not seen that the heavens and the earth were one entity, and we rent them asunder.
Better them than me.
So basically, I'll kind of rent them asunder as in exploded them. So yeah, we believe that that God created the universe, including the earth, by the Big Bang, and we also, our holy book also refers to the expanding of the universe, that the universe is expanding. So this is also in our Quran. God says that that He has fashioned the heavens, and He is going to expand the heavens too. So the word heavens in the Quran refers to what we call today in the modern world, what we call the universe. So creating the heavens and them expanding, or creating the universe and it expanding. This is also in the Quran. But there is no time. That's usually an attached question to this issue, is when was that? Because there's the comparison of, where the Bible the Bible doesn't say this word for word, but you can kind of conclude for some of the verses in the Bible that the age of the universe is 10,000 years. So, but we don't have such a thing. Like, we don't have a specific time, so there is no time. God didn't mention in our holy book how many millions of years ago was the universe created, or did this big bang happen. We don't have a time for that. No. There's an important thing to mention. It's good. It's a very good question that you asked now, because it's a very, very important thing when we talk about certain scientific truths or certain verses in our holy book that match our current scientific knowledge. It's very important to also say that our holy book is a holy book. It's a religious book. It's not a scientific book, and it by no means is to be taken as a sort of, I don't know, well, a scientific book. Yeah, it cannot be a scientific book. All there is to it is that some of the things mentioned in it match what we know about the universe, about the Earth, about the seas and the oceans and stuff like that. It matches what we know in the real world and according to science. But other than this, yeah, it's a religious book that just kind of God talks about some of the things, some of the phenomena. Sorry. So this includes scientific phenomena. So
Infected fucker had to go.
God refers to some phenomena in the world or in the universe. He refers to them as his creations. So he says, did they not see that we have done, created this and that and so on. So that's just it. And these verses, as I said, they match what we know today in science. That's all there is to it. But ultimately, the Quran is a manual. It's more of a religious book and a manual of life. So that's how we treat it. Not a spiritual book. Not just a spiritual book. It includes spirituality, but it's also a manual for life. That's how I guess summarize it.
Undead Tango down. Kill the whole gang.
Yep, in a way, not just that, because I guess, a human being can write a manual to live a good life too. Self-improvement books or self-help books, include some classics, include books that kind of help you live a good life here in this world. But the Quran is more of a manual on how to succeed in life, as in the ultimate success, which means that you kind of have a good afterlife. So it's not just about having a pleasure or success here in this world, but it's about sort of succeed. It's basically saying that this world, this life, is a test. It's a test for us, and how to succeed in this test or how to pass this test. Well, that's the question that the Quran tries to answer. Yeah, I think that's the best way I can put it. This life is a test, and here is the manual on how to pass that test. That's kind of in a nutshell what the Quran could be about. And I answered that question that way because, yes, there are some self-help and self-improvement books that tell you how to live a good life, but they don't tell you what's going to happen after death. Is it nothing? Nothing is going to happen after death, as atheism, for example, claims, or what? It doesn't, and these books don't really go into get into that issue. And also, Quran and Islam as a belief system, it's not just about leading a good life, because, for example, we have to worship God. So in a way, for example, you have to sacrifice the good of life, the pleasures in life sometimes, to thank God for what He has, given you, for example. So yeah, it's not purely about the good life here, but how to pass the test of this life, basically. In the afterlife, after death, there is a waiting period. I think, it's in the Christian faith, it's called purgatory, but it's not exactly the purgatory that the Christian belief system or religion would refer to. In our case, there's just a waiting period in the grave. So people are in their graves, or souls are in their graves, waiting for Judgment Day, and then there's Judgment Day. So people will get judged for their feet in life, and kind of it would be determined or decided whether they passed, the test of life or not. Those who pass go to paradise, yes, and then those who fail would go to hellfire. Some people will go to hellfire forever; they will never get out of it. And some people will go to hellfire for a while, anywhere from a few days to a few years or many years to kind of pay for their mistakes and sins, and then they will be moved to paradise. That's at least what our belief system says.
Energy stabilization at 100%. Stabilization restored. Anomaly generated.
My God. The other dimensional barriers we encountered. What the hell were these bastards?
The most basic of rules, the most important rule of them all, is not exactly something to do. It's just about belief. You just have to believe in one God, one Creator for the world, and all these prophets. You have to believe in all these prophets, as basically some humans have been sent to deliver God's message. So we call them prophets, and this includes Moses, the prophet of Judaism, Jesus, the prophet of Christianity. We believe in them both as prophets, and of course Muhammad, peace be upon them all, the prophet of Islam, or our last sort of. We believe that these three Abrahamic religions are all just about one ancient religion, which is monotheistic submission. In short, submitting to one God.
I got signal lock on. We're back in business. One out. Satellite malfunction.
So basically, Moses is like Judaism. We believe Judaism is like version 1 of it's not exactly version 1 because it's the religion itself is older, much older than Judaism. But it's like let's call them the three most recent versions. So Judaism was version 1 of the most recent version of monotheistic submission, and then Christianity by Jesus, peace be upon him, was version 2, and then finally, the final version was wrote by Muhammad, peace be upon him. So yeah, the most basic rule and the most important of them all is to believe in one God, no other deities at all, and to believe in all these prophets, especially Moses, Jesus, and Muhammad, peace be upon them all. To believe in Judgment Day, believe in demons and angels, and believe in fate, and of course, if you believe in Judgment Day, then you also believe in heaven, hellfire, and paradise. Yeah, this is the most important rule. You have to believe in that. Pretty much all the other rules are kind of common sense. Thank God.
I got a window for Chopper Exfil strike team.
Thank
Take
God
it if we need to regroup.
for the gifts He has given you in life. Pray to Him, and the other, so basically everything else is common sense. As I said, don't kill innocent people, don't steal.
Strike team here, standing by for
Yeah,
immediate dust
be
off.
kind, be generous,
Chopper
to
inbound.
people,
We got a
or
limited
others,
window here.
at
Get a
least
move
you know
on.
those who deserve kindness and generosity, and so on. So yeah, I think that's probably how I would answer that question.
Raptor 1 has reached Alpha site. Let's run. Soviets have identified our location. Need the LZ clear to proceed with extraction, Strike Team.
Decoys up.
We're clear. Proceeding with exfil.
Oh yes, of course I know Habib. Is
That's the battle won for today.
what was
Strike
that? What's the mixed? Yeah, MMA. He's the MMA fighter. Yes, basically, as I mentioned to you, so even if I'm Muslim, I believe in other prophets. Basically, it's more accurate to say that, you know, Muslim. The word Muslim itself, it means I mean, if we're talking English, it's better to replace these words with their real meaning, so kind of understand what this whole thing about. So instead of saying Allah, which is, you know, which means God in Arabic, just I like to say just God. And instead of saying Islam, I like to say monotheistic submission, which is basically means it basically means submitting to only the one God, the one creator of the world. Instead of saying Muslim, I would say monotheistic submitter. You know, the person who submits to only one creator, one God, one deity for the whole world. That's basically it. So this is, you know, so basically my religion is monotheistic submission rather than, you know, calling it something in Arabic. And I'm a monotheistic submitter. My deity or my Lord is God, and we believe that this is the most ancient religion. This is the original. So basically, we believe in Adam and Eve. You know, that we all humanity came from Adam, came from one man called Adam and one woman called Eve. Or in English, in Arabic, even Adam is Adam, and in Arabic, Eve is Hawa. So we came from them. That's what we believe in. And they, Adam and Eve, they were monotheistic submitters. They worshipped, you know, their creator, only one God. They prayed to him, they thanked him, they followed that path. So, you know, don't murder innocent people, don't steal, you know, yeah, be kind to people, be generous, you know, with those who deserve it, and so on and so forth. So they followed that religion, and we also follow it. All the prophets, we believe that all the prophets that came before Muhammad, peace be upon him, or peace be upon all the prophets, they all, you know, preached that religion, that faith, that idea, you know, basically monotheistic submission, including Jesus. Even if, of course, you know, modern Christians would think that you know, that Jesus said other stuff, you know, maybe about the Trinity, about the Father, the Holy Spirit, and so on. But we believe that the real message that Jesus brought was monotheistic submission, and the real message that Moses brought was, you know, monotheistic submission, along with predicting. We believe that Moses predicted the coming of Jesus and the coming of Muhammad, peace be upon him, after him. And we also believe that Jesus also predicted or basically gave glad tidings of the coming of Prophet Muhammad after him. So yeah, we believe that all these prophets were just talking about or preaching one specific faith, one specific idea, which is monotheistic submission. It's because Christianity is the most popular religion in today's world, especially in the West, especially in English-speaking countries, and among English speakers, generally speaking, from any country of the world. Christianity would be the more popular religion. The Christian belief system and its details are also more famous, more well-known, much more famous and well-known than Islamic ideas, especially because of movies, you know, Hollywood and stuff like that. It covers sometimes modern Christian beliefs. So yeah, you would think, you know, a lot of people would think that Adam and Eve are just Christian, but no. Adam and Eve are also Jewish. You know, they're basically. I don't mean that they are Jewish as in they were Jews. I mean that it's a Jewish idea. It's a Jewish concept. It's in Judaism. Jews believe in Adam and Eve, just like Christians, just like Muslims. So we also believe in Adam and Eve. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Christians. Oh, not just Christians and Muslims, but Jews also. So Jews worship, God. Christians worship God, and Muslims worship God. So we worship the same deity, the same creator. All three of us, as opposed to, for example, Hindus, Buddhists. They would have different beliefs, and they don't really, for example, Buddhists don't really believe or don't really have a god or have a deity in such a way. They tend to worship Buddha, statues of Buddha himself, and so on. But yeah, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, yeah, same God. We worship the same God, but in different ways. This is important to emphasize. So for example, Jews worship the same God, our God, but they don't believe in all his prophets. So for example, they believe that Jesus was a charlatan. He pretended to be a prophet, but he wasn't. They also believe that Muhammad, peace be upon them both, was a charlatan. He pretended to be a prophet, but he wasn't. In turn, Christians would believe that Moses was a prophet, but they don't believe that in Jesus only as a prophet. They either, depending on the sect or the exact path of Christianity, they either believe he's the Son of God or he's a manifestation of God himself, Jesus, and so on. And they don't believe in Muhammad as a prophet at all. But Muslims, as I said, they believe in Jesus as a prophet, Moses as a prophet, and Jesus as only a prophet. They don't believe in him as a son of God or as a manifestation of God himself, and they believe that this is polytheism. It's just something that is this is blasphemy in Islamic belief system, saying that God has partners, wives, sons, daughters, has some sort of he's divided into three aspects, and then they are mixed into one. All of this is blasphemy in Islam, because it's just Islam is about pure monotheism, just pure no complications, just one God. There is nothing about Trinity or partners or wives or daughters or sons or anything like that. And as I said, so yeah, Moses is a prophet, Jesus is a prophet, and Muhammad is a prophet. So yes, the most clear differences in about ideas about God is between Christianity and both Judaism and Islam. Christians are very different in the way they think about God from Jews and Muslims, because yes, it's not. I don't want to say yes as in disrespectful. It's disrespectful to God. So when you say Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, you are not exactly disrespecting me as a Muslim. I'm not going to feel offended in that sense, but I would feel sad, kind of saddened or feel sorry for that, because it is blasphemy. So it's disrespectful to God, because it is blasphemous. Because our Quran actually says, our holy book says that this is something grave, something very grave to say, that God has a son, or that he has a partner, or he has manifestations, like he can manifest as a Holy Spirit or as a human, or as God himself has aspects, different aspects. This is blasphemy, and this is very very disrespectful of God. This is basically, it equates to disbelief. So if you say this, it's as if you don't believe in God, because you are worshipping a different deity now in that sense. So in Islam, if you say that God has a son, has a wife, has partners, has aspects, then you are not worshipping God. You are worshipping some sort of false deity, shape-shifting, a deity with different aspects, manifestations, and so on. But the real creator, of the universe, we believe, just has none of this. It's pure monotheism, pure one, creator, with nothing like him, nothing at all like him, and he would never manifest as a human. We also believe that God is never ever going to show up as a human at all. We believe this has never happened, and it will never happen. He would send angels. God can send angels looking like humans. This can happen, but God himself is never going to be anything other than God. So he manifests on Judgment Day, he manifests as as himself, God, And yeah, there's absolutely nothing in the world like him, not even humans. So we're not created in his image. He just created us this way. But the way, God's shape, or God doesn't have a shape or anything like this, and we don't know what he looks like. But hopefully we will find out on Judgment Day. I mean, some people will see God. Well, yeah, you could say, Allah is basically God. So yes, we believe God created Muhammad, but we also believe God created Jesus, peace be upon him. God created Moses, and God created everything. The universe, the Big Bang, the oceans, Earth, the planets, the stars, everything. So yes, we believe, God created everything, absolutely every atom that exists. Every part of dark space, dark matter and dark energy, definitely God created all that, including creatures, humans and so on. I think maybe you're asking if Allah created Muhammad, peace be upon him, because as opposed to, for example, Jesus being God, or Jesus being the Son of God, or existing with God right from the start. Maybe I guess that's what you mean. But so yes, we believe that the only entity that existed before anything else, and it's eternal, it doesn't have a beginning and it doesn't have an end, is God. And that and then everything else has a start. Moses, or birth, beginning. Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, peace be upon them all, the world itself, and the world will have an end, the universe will have an end, Earth will have an end, everything. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I do believe, man, it's like our faith has so much information. It's just mind-blowing to try to wrap your mind around everything that is out there in our books, especially the Arabic books. It's insane. What I just shared with you is just scraping the surface of what it is all about. And personally, sorry if this was loud. How do you explain the multiverse? We believe that the multiverse hypothesis, it's not even a theory. I don't know why they call it a theory. Because the thing is, a hypothesis in scientific terms, a hypothesis is sort of a scientific or semi-scientific suggestion that has some indications that it could be true. That's a hypothesis. And then a hypothesis, after doing some testing and proof, observations, testing, or anything like that has some sort of evidence or proof, then a hypothesis can be upgraded to a theory. Now, I don't know anyone. I've never heard of anyone who proved that there is even.
Eliminate all hostiles.
Oh, man. Let's see them. They shut up. I haven't heard of anyone who has proven the existence of even one other universe, like a second verse, let alone a multiverse thing. So I don't know, where that came from, but I know why. The multiverse hypothesis was invented because of something called the cosmic constant.
Basically, they're responsible for this mess.
I'm waiting.
Team, we need to find the facility entrance and figure out just what happened here.
So basically, yes, some scientific observations in the last few years have discovered that our universe, this universe, is sort of fine-tuned. There are certain. I know there are people who don't believe in this, or they say that this is not true, but at least some scientists have found that there are certain measurements in the universe that are too difficult to believe that they came by chance. It seems that some measurements in our universe, from the gravitational forces to the distance of electrons to the distance of electrons to the atom. So the distance of every electron from the atom, from this all the way to the distance between stars and gravitational forces and the exact gravitational force, to the speed of light, the exact speed of light. All these numbers were pinpointed to be exactly this way. And if any of these numbers changed even slightly, then the universe basically would not exist. So this is what some scientists have discovered, or at least what they say. So in order to find a solution to this, because what does this suggest? This suggests intelligent design for the whole universe, not for the creatures, not for not as a sort of a substitution of evolution for the creation of animals and bacteria and all that. No, suddenly people are faced with the suggestion that the universe itself was intelligently designed, and because science doesn't like suggestions of intelligent creation or God, basically references to God. Some of the scientists tried to find a solution, like a workaround. So they invented the multiverse theory or the multiverse hypothesis. They said, oh, actually there is not one universe, there is a multiverse. So this way, the measurements of our universe in the middle of countless numbers of universes, maybe we're not so special after all. So that was just that's why they invented it. But there's no proof. Who proved the existence of other universes? There's no mathematical proof for it. There is no observational proof for it. There's absolutely no respectable paper that proves the existence of other universes. So yeah, it's just a hypothesis. It's just a suggestion to avoid the necessity of an intelligent designer for our universe. At least that's what educated Muslims would believe.
Damn right, you screwed up.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. This is what we believe, and what I have also read in some scientific articles and stuff, that the universe is just most probably too precise in many of its numbers and measurements to be there by chance. So the only sort of answer that atheism has to this dilemma, to this challenge, is the multiverse story or hypothesis. Oh, that there are other universes, but good luck to us proving that. I wouldn't mind. I mean, it's a multiverse is not incompatible with Islam, by the way. So I don't mind it. It's just that I do not know of a single scientific paper or a proper proof for the existence of other universes. I mean, I know of the existence of other dimensions within our universe. That there are there's more than one dimension. So 11 dimensions according to M theory, or 10 dimensions according to string theory. I know of this, but these dimensions are still part of the space-time dimensions of our own universe, this universe that we live in, not some other universe. So yeah, that's what I would say about the multiverse hypothesis or claim. It's the way that your question is phrased in a specific way, so I wouldn't be able to answer it in that phrasing. I would basically rephrase what's happening to another. I would describe what's happening in the world to something in a different way. So instead of saying, for example, that God makes people suffer, I would say that people make themselves suffer and some others allow suffering to happen. So basically, I would say I think that a lot of Muslims, a lot of people who share my faith would also agree with what I will say here, is that some people like to blame God for almost everything, and they use not just the loving God, God's love, or being loving to. Oh, but by the way, in Islam, God is not loving for everyone. This is I know in Christianity sometimes it is said that God loves everyone, even the sinners, and they want them to come to Him and so on. But in Islam, this is different. So in Islam, we say no, or in monotheistic submission, we say no. God does not love everyone. God only loves the people who do good. As for some sinners, God doesn't love them, but God wants them to repent. So God wants the sinners, wants the people who do evil. God wants these people to change their ways. He doesn't love them, but He just wants them. He wants to give them mercy. He wants to forgive them. He would want, God would want to forgive, evildoers, but He will never forgive them unless they repent, unless they stop doing evil, stop hurting others, or whatever evil they're doing in the world. They need to stop that, and then God can give them mercy, and they have to repent, of course. Stop this and want to, and also regret what they've been doing before, and then they can perhaps get forgiveness from God. But not everyone has God's love. It's only people who are doing good in life who have God's love. So this is one thing. However, God is merciful for everyone who repents, even people who did evil, committed a lot of sins and stuff. So your question can be said in that way. If God is all powerful, yes. If God is all powerful, He can do anything He wants, and He's also merciful. Why does He allow the suffering to happen? I guess that's another way of also putting it. So rather than making the suffering, why does God allow the suffering to happen? And the answer to this is that basically humans cause everything that's happening to them. Almost everything bad that's happening to them, with the exception of one thing, which is acts of God, or basically earthquakes and stuff. I'll come to this if I forget to explain. If I forget to explain about natural disasters, remind me. But let's delay natural disasters. Let's just keep that out of this specific explanation. But I'm talking about other things. Viruses, crime, war, disease, epidemics. All the suffering that happens. Single mothers and orphans. And why do all these things happen if God is all powerful and He can just do what He wants? And if He's also merciful, why does He allow all this to happen? The answer is it's because of one main reason, and that main reason is free will. That is the reason that God allows all this to happen. Basically, God gave everybody, the people who do good, Muslims and non-Muslims, Muslims, Christians, Jews, atheists, criminals, saints, prophets, good people, bad people. He gave everybody free will. So basically, you are free to believe. You're free to do what you want, say what you want, at least within the laws of your country, the legal system of your country. But yeah, as long as you're obeying the laws of your country, you are free to say, do whatever you want. So now, if God is to interfere, if God is to interfere with some of the things that are happening in the world, war and what have you, this means that there will be people out there who will basically meet God on Judgment Day and say to Him, well, God, you gave me free will, but you interfered. Every time I did something, you prevented it from happening. What's the point of free will if I can't actually make mistakes and correct them myself? Well, some people will have that argument. Some people will stand in front of God and say that. And if God is interfering, if God interferes with everything that's happening, then guess what? There will be no logical answer to that question. That human will be right. What's the point of free will if every time a person makes a mistake, God interferes and prevents that mistake from ever happening or ever having an effect? Some people will say, allow me to make mistakes and repent and correct these mistakes. Of course, I'm saying this based on mistakes that can be, corrected. So rather than murdering someone, some sort of mistake that can be corrected. But it applies, because the logic itself applies to mistakes that can be corrected. It should apply to everything, because that's what free will is about. It's free will. People can do whatever they want, including, by the way, disbelieving. You're free to not believe in God. You're free to be Muslim or not. To be a monotheist or an atheist. Whatever you want to do, you can do. So yeah, that's basically it. That's it in a nutshell. Free will, and then there is also the issue that humans themselves they cause a lot of the suffering and misery in the world. They wage wars. They, you know, humans decisions and actions cause a lot of the suffering that's going on. I can talk a bit, longer about this issue to explain it in a more convincing way, but it's difficult to do this while playing a game. But so I'll jump to the issue with earthquakes. Earthquakes, acts of God, what we call, even the legal system. The legal system calls these acts of God. What about earthquakes? Humans don't cause earthquakes, and all these other things. My answer to this is basically some of these acts of God, like earthquakes, volcanoes, and so on. Some of them, even back in the ancient days, like the Quran or our holy book tells us that in the ancient days, some of these events happened to some people. Basically, it was literally the wrath of God. It was literally the wrath of God. So basically, it happened to these people because they just deserved the wrath of God. It was punishment. At other times, it just happens because it's a test. It's a test for what people will do, when this happens. And in modern terms, for our modern times, for the volcanoes and earthquakes and things that happen today, I would say that.
I've lost you there. Where did they go?
I would say that
They went through the portal. We should run some diagnostics when they get ready.
basically humans have the technology, they have the resources to make a lot of earthquakes and events like that in the world almost irrelevant. That's the word. Almost irrelevant. Like, it doesn't matter. So, for example, like in Japan, Japan used to suffer from a lot of earthquakes through the years, and they eventually built buildings that actually can sort of absorb the force of earthquakes and prevent and basically not fall down. So some of the buildings wouldn't fall down. All of it would be destroyed. Some were resistant, a bit resistant to earthquakes that way. In disaster relief, so in today, and also in modern terms, we also have disaster relief forces. The army gets involved. People start paying donations and stuff like that. So yeah, these acts of God sometimes are punishment, literally the wrath of God. We don't necessarily know. We wouldn't necessarily know how all these people deserved
Raptor
it.
1 has an exfil window open, strike team. Call it in
But
if you
yeah,
need to bug
sometimes
out.
it's that way, and sometimes it's a test. Are people going to donate? Are people going to stand together? Are people going to be smart about the use of the resources instead of spending trillions upon trillions on war and military
Noticing a large concentration
campaigns
of
and stuff like that?
radioactivity in your AO.
Are they going to spend
Something is
a
headed your
few
way.
millions or a few of these billions on disaster readiness and being ready for natural disasters and being ready for helping others who are suffering from such events? That's what I would say in a nutshell.
Raptor 1 has reached out to us. Let's hook. Soviets have identified our location. Strike team, LZ is too hot. Need you to mop up remaining hostiles. Decoy out. Throwing Simtex. Activating decoy. Simtex going out. Keep on coming. I got hook. Undead tango down. Enemy targeting our position. We got 30 seconds. Landing at Alpha site. Beginning extraction. Team acquired. We're done here.
I'm reading your new messages now. So Yes. So partially, yes. It's seen as that we cause a lot of the suffering, so we have to deal with the suffering because we have free will. We were created to make mistakes, of course. I'm talking about reasonable mistakes. I'm not talking about murdering or mass murder or things like that. We were created to make mistakes, like shout at someone who doesn't deserve it. That kind of mistake. It's like you're having a bad day, so you take it out on someone, and then you realize, oh my God, I shouldn't have done that. So you go and apologize, for your mistake. We were created that, to basically, for this to happen, to make those reasonable mistakes and repent and, ask God for forgiveness and ask other people for forgiveness. Why were we created that way? Because it's part of the test. Because it helps us. It humbles us. It reminds us that we are fallible. It reminds us that we are imperfect. It reminds us that we are weak. We are weak to even resist our own urges. Like I'm here playing game. I'm playing games for 10 hours a day. Believe me, part of me would prefer to, play games for just 3 hours and then spend the rest of the time, with family, friends, doing something useful, maybe learning something new, like, getting a new degree, that sort of thing, but I'm too weak, I'm too weak in resisting the urges to play games. I love games too much. So yeah, but believe me, part of me inside wants to play less games because yes, it's fun, but I believe, we in Islam, Muslims generally speaking, we believe we were not created here to just have fun. We were created to have fun sometimes, like maybe 1 hour a day, 2 hours a day maximum. You can have fun, just to kind of recuperate, to get some energy back and stuff for your work the next day. But more than this, that's too much. We were created to work, to propagate earth, to help others, to socialize, to improve ourselves and improve the world around us. That's what we were created, but mainly all of this is part of worshiping God. So all of this is about worshiping God. Even when we're nice to others, that's kind of worship, of God, because he ordered us to do all these things. So yeah, we were created to make mistakes, sometimes reasonable mistakes, and correct them and apologize for them and repent them. Why? So we can be reminded that we're weak, we're fallible, and we need a higher power. We need help. We need help from outside. We need help from high above us. So it's part of the test. It's part of the natural human. It's part of the nature of humans, basically, which guides them to a higher power. It's like when someone is in a war in the trenches, in a real war, and he's getting shot at, and there's heavy artillery a few meters away from him, and all of a sudden he feels helpless and he feels he's gonna die, and he feels like he has to ask for a higher power. He has to ask for help. Someone, a higher power, protect me, help me. That's the thing. We were created that way so we can guide ourselves to our Creator, to find God. So yes, once again, I emphasize, we were created partially to make reasonable mistakes, with emphasis on reasonable mistakes, because I'm not talking about murder and mass murder and all these things that some psychopaths out there do, because that's a completely different thing. So yes, unfortunately, we do have some psychopaths in the world around us, and these psychopaths sometimes get into positions of power, and they also sometimes acquire a lot of money. So yes, they cause a lot of suffering in the world. They wage wars, like kings and presidents and governmental decision makers. They literally wage wars on other countries. They kill civilians, they drop bombs on civilians, and they do all these things. We do have, these kinds of people in today's world, and we also have a lot of people who are making other mistakes, like being mean to others, shouting at others, being selfish, kind of sabotaging other people at work, and doing all these other lesser mistakes that aren't so horrible, but they are still bad, they are still evil, and they are creating all this evil in the world. So yes, in a way, humanity is creating its own suffering, and we have to deal with that suffering ourselves, because we did it ourselves with our free will. So we created the suffering with our free will, and let's use this free will, which is a gift really, to in the word of Call of Duty, to un-F word, ourselves in a way. And next you say, if you were murdered, does God's decision to let you in paradise or not depend on the life they had up until the point of them getting killed? Yes, absolutely. If someone gets murdered, then the final decision about where they end up depends on what they did up until that point. They got murdered, plus one thing, plus getting retaliation, or getting what's the word here? I want to find, basically, the person who murdered them, that victim will take from their credit. So if the murderer did anything good in their life, then the victim who was murdered will take some of these credit, will take credit. You see, it's like, doing positive points. So let's say this murderer, this psychopath or serial killer or whatever, he did a few good deeds, a few good things in his life, or her life, or whatever. So now he has positive points. On Judgment Day, there's a scale that measures, or it's almost like a spreadsheet with negative and plus. You get positive points or good points for your good deeds, and you get negative or negative points or bad points for your bad deeds. So you have that murderer has some good points. Now the victim will take some of these good points because of him getting murdered by that person. So yeah, it depends on two things. The victim of a murder will, the fate of that victim will depend on their deeds and also on their beliefs. So remember, the most important thing, the most important rule, is to believe in one God and believe in all His prophets. That's the important rule. You can do so many bad things in life, but if you have that belief and you keep acting on the belief, because I don't want this to be misunderstood, where people think, oh, then I can believe in one God and all His prophets and just walk around and be a psychopath, wage wars and commit mass murder, rape women, and then I'll be fine. No, it doesn't. It's not as ridiculous and simple as that, because the belief in one God and all His prophets means that you will act on this belief. So it's about belief and acting on this belief. So behaving like someone who actually, has these beliefs. So that's the point here. So yes, that's the most important rule there. Now, based on this important rule and all their other good deeds, that person's fate will be decided, plus the credit or the good points they will receive from the person who murdered them. So that's what I know about this issue. And then next you say also, if God causes something bad like a volcano, it can be to test people's faith. Yes, it can be to test people's faith. Another very important point to also mention in this subject is that death in Islam is not necessarily a bad thing. I know this might sound shocking, especially to atheists and people who don't have any religious beliefs. They might find this very shocking, because death to people without religion, without faith in an afterlife, is the worst thing that can ever happen to them. There's nothing worse than this. But guess what? In Islam, or in monotheistic submission, there is something much, much, much worse than death. And what is that? That is, to spend eternal life after death in hellfire, in suffering. You don't go to paradise, you go to hellfire, and you suffer for literally eternity. Non-stop. It will never stop. Some people will go to hellfire and will keep suffering forever and ever and ever. Now, some people like to counter argue or talk about this and say, does anyone deserve this kind of fate? This is a separate question. Maybe I can talk about it later. But let's focus on that point now. So, in the point I'm talking about, right now. So, basically, yeah, the worst thing that can ever really happen to anyone is to die deserving hellfire, or to deserving eternal punishment, eternal damnation in hellfire. That's really the worst thing that can happen. And guess what? If someone is suffering, is really suffering in this life, like they have a really bad disease, it's very painful for them, then dying can actually be a mercy. It can almost be a mercy. And some people go out there and kill themselves because of this. They commit suicide because they can't take the pain anymore and stuff. And of course, suicide is a huge sin in Islam. It's one of the worst things that a person can do to themselves. But I'm just saying that pain really sometimes is too much in life, and so death without suicide, death can be a mercy in this case. So yes, death isn't always bad. And if a person dies and they actually deserve paradise, then that's great. What's what's wrong with that? And this is also why, by the way, why we have martyrs. This is also another thing that people like to talk about when it comes to Muslims and Islam. That people that basically Muslims are so brave in war. In those people who they call jihadists and whatever, but of course I'm not talking about people who go out there and murder civilians and innocent people. Those are evil people, whether they follow Islam or some other belief system. It doesn't matter. They are evil people and they're doing evil deeds. I'm talking about people who defend their countries and stuff like that. So yeah. Muslims who defend their countries or work in their army, the armies of the countries, or defend their countries against invaders or anything like this, they are very brave people because they don't fear death, because they know that if they led a good life, if they did good things in their life, then when they die they will live eternally, happily ever after. They will live in paradise and they will be happy forever. So they don't have anything to worry about. So yes, in a way, death isn't such a bad thing in Islam. So that's why sometimes a volcano or an earthquake that kills some people, it could be punishment for the people who were dead, or it could be mercy for some of the people who died because they were just having a miserable life or a very painful life. They were better off dying and going to heaven than continuing to live this miserable life. And a third aspect of it is as you kind of rephrased or repeated, is to test people's faith and to test people's also goodness. Are people going to stand together, help out the victims, and be benevolent, be generous, with donations and so on and so forth. So yeah, that could be also part of it. And then finally, you say also, what do you believe about how life started on Earth? Because we think it came from a meteorite or it started in the ocean. Yeah, we believe God, basically life, some of the life was God, created them basically. I don't know like how exactly, the mechanism isn't there. Like we don't have information in our holy book or in Islam generally about how exactly life was created or started. But we do believe that Adam and Eve, they were at least in paradise first. So we believe they were in paradise and then they were sent down from paradise to earth. And this process also, we believe that they were also they were in a different form. In paradise, they were in a different form. This is also what we believe, that we will be in a different form. Maybe it's our soul, like we will be in our spiritual form in paradise, rather than this blood and bones and muscles and blood. We will have a different form, probably some sort of spiritual form in paradise, and we believe that that's the form that Adam and Eve were on or were using when they were in paradise before they were sent down to earth. So Adam and Eve started, they were the beginning of humanity. So that's how life like human life started on the planet. When Adam and Eve were sent from paradise down on earth. Now for the animals and plants, we don't have specific information. We don't know how exactly it happened, but we do believe that all of it was created. God created it, and we also believe that God created this life not by evolution. He actually designed each individual animal by itself. Each individual plant and animal and insect, they were created separately, but how did they appear on earth? Yeah, we don't know. Islam doesn't have a say. It doesn't say anything about this, anything specific about this. They could have descended, I don't know, God sent them down to earth also from above, along with Adam and Eve, for example, or I don't know, some other way. Of course, God works it's a famous saying, God works in mysterious ways. So, and that is very true in some of the things like God does. So yeah, God told us about some stuff, like I said, the Big Bang, the creation of the universe, the expanding of the heavens or the universe, but not everything. It's just God chooses, God chooses a few things to share with us, to tell us about, but then He keeps other things to Himself. Once again, to test us. By the way, this is also to test us, and I believe this whole argument in today's world between creationists and evolutionists is part of this test. It's about testing all these people. So we don't have yet a sort of a final, a decisive way of concluding this argument between creationists or intelligent designers, like they are one team. and on the other team you have you have evolutionists. The stuff we found on early, yeah, this is propagated by the evolutionist propaganda, basically, that that there are some creatures who resemble humans or who are like ape-like and they are the ancestors of humans. Uh, we believe some of the Muslim scientists in today's world, in the modern world, they write about this and they also produce videos about this a lot. Unfortunately, most of the good ones, most of the good series that I know are in Arabic, but I think at least one of them might be translated already. It might have English translations. But yeah, we do have Muslim scholars and scientists who sort of systematically criticize and find holes in some of the modern evolutionist claims. And one of them is that that humans have ancestors or have ape-like ancestors, or there are some creatures long gone that look like humans but they are not exactly humans. All these claims, they are covered by some Muslim scientists and scholars, and basically they say that some of these stories are false. Some of them are just outright false. Basically, they were proven to be false later on. So basically, these scholars and scientists, they cover some of these stories. So they tell you, for example, in year X, someone claimed this and that about the ancestor of humans, and then 10 years later it was discovered that this was wrong, or that this fossils, these bones, didn't even belong to humans or apes. They belonged to some other creature, a well-known creature. I don't know, donkeys and pigs and stuff like that. So this is one of the things that they cover. And then in other parts that haven't been proven yet, they basically find holes. Oh wow. Um, wow, that's weird. When did I? Wow. Can you tell me what was the last thing that you heard from me? I just want to figure out, like, when when did I stop talking to, yeah, when did I stop, when did I start talking at myself or talking to myself? And yeah, I'm sorry about the sorry about streaming a black screen. The game is just updating. It should be done in just a couple of minutes. I really have to find some sort of screen, some backup screen to show at these times when the game crashes or whatever. Yeah, I'm guilty of I've been streaming for years, but just a little lazy to work on these things, like find some sort of screenshot to show and all that stuff. Yeah, so yeah, if you can remember the last thing you heard from me, I might be able to start from there, cover the things that I didn't mention. Did I answer, or did you hear my answer to what about the stuff we found of earlier humans? Yeah, no, I have to. If I'm not stopping the stream, I definitely should run the game again. So there's some sort of anything other than the black screen. So did you hear my answer about what was the last thing you heard me answer? That the thing that I answered, and that's it. You're satisfied with the answer. So and then I can answer the following questions. So did I answer also, what do you believe about how life started on Earth? Because we think it came from a meteorite or started in the ocean. Did I answer that? Or did you hear my answer to that? %, 99. I mean, the updating of the game, finalizing, 100%, play. Thank God. Yep. It's just the game hopefully should show up in less than a minute, I hope. I would definitely like to. Yeah, so yeah, I heard that. Next one is that if a Muslim believes in evolution or atheist is against God, and if so, what would happen? Yeah, okay, yeah, good. So stuff we found. I don't know. What about what I said? What about the stuff we found of earlier humans? I talked quite a bit about this, the stuff we found of earlier humans. I mentioned that we have some Muslim scientists and scholars who dedicate articles and videos, even YouTube videos, that scrutinize this stuff, and they find holes in the stories, and they also show us that some of these stories themselves, 10 years later, it proved that these bones weren't for humans or apes, even they were just from some other animal. So I mentioned these things, and then anything that hasn't been proven yet to be false evidence, they basically find holes in the story. So yeah, skepticism basically. So they practice systematic skepticism and evidence-based skepticism about some of these claims that there is, I don't know, bones or remains of human-like creatures or apes or stuff like that. Now, if a Muslim believed in evolution, or believed that these things are true, what I said is that no, it wouldn't take them out of the fold of Islam. Like, it wouldn't make them non-Muslim or an unbeliever if they believed in these things, or if they believed that these things are true. However, what we believe, and what a lot of Muslim scholars and scientists say, is that if a person stays on this path, they basically embrace everything that evolutionists claim in today's world, then this may eventually shake their confidence, shake their faith, because if they buy into this, if they basically blindly believe that. Wait, what? Why are you expanding? Yeah, I don't know. The machine solo. Yeah, if if they blindly believe in science, or what scientists today say, because we have to realize, like, also, some Muslims would, at least educated Muslims would say that, science said weird stuff just 50 years ago. Obviously, science or scientists 300 years ago said a lot of, you know, bizarre, weird stuff. But not long ago, just 50 years ago, for example, about 50, let's say 70, yeah, let's say 70 years ago exactly, about 1950, scientists used to say that DDT is good for you. You know, DDT is a poisonous substance. They used to add it to food. Basically, they used to add it to milk, cornflakes, porridge, potatoes, apples, cheese, and so on. They used to add it.
Green light, strike team. Happy hunting.
They used to add it to
Let's
even
get moving, people.
cattle
Take on
food.
the site, eliminate all hostiles.
Got him right in the off switch.
So yeah, DDT is a poisonous substance,
One
and
less rotten
scientists
hostile.
used to say just 70 years ago that it's good for you. It's like healthy, you know, and not harmful and what have you. But yeah, proved to be extremely toxic substance. Before that, scientists
Let's get
used
to
to
it
say
then.
that
This place is the cause of the outbreaks we're encountering.
What
Better
was
get
it?
inside and solve this case.
My team can handle it, Dr. Gray.
that
They'll explore the site and find the entrance.
that epidemics, what was it? Epidemics are spread by the dead. There's some sort of substance that evaporates from dead people, graveyards or something, and then it spreads diseases or something like that. I don't know. Like, there are a lot of weird stuff that science and scientists used to say. So yeah, science keeps updating itself. Or, you know, well, not exactly. I don't want to personify science like some people do. Treat science like it's a person that does this and does that. I mean,
Zombie KIA.
scientists update their body of knowledge. You know, every decade we learn something new. We correct our, you know, misconceptions and so on. So by the same token, we also believe so we believe that if someone believes in science blindly, anything that science today says, then it's for sure it's true, and it's more, you know, more authentic or easier to believe than, for example, religious claims. Then if they stay on this path, and this includes, you know, anything that evolution says which clashes with what Islam says, then with time, if a Muslim basically stays this way for a long time, then they might eventually, you know,
I ain't even tired.
become, you know, atheists, or like they might leave the fold of Islam because of the way they were swayed. They could sway themselves away from
That one bit the dust.
the religion to embrace, you know, I don't know, materialistic thinking fully. So that would be dangerous. So in a way, it's not super bad if a Muslim believes some of the evolutionist claims, but they should be careful not to embrace all of this too fully. So, you know, just keep a sort of a healthy, I don't know, open mind, or a skeptic mind. You know, maybe that's a better word here. So that's the advice to you know, given to Muslims. Be skeptic. I mean, don't basically try to talk against anything that you don't really fully understand, or you don't read much about, and you just, you know, talk with basically people who, like, if someone talks about science or covers scientific subject, you know, we believe that it's, at least when I say we, I mean educated Muslims, we believe that we shouldn't speak in a religious language with such people, because they're not going to understand religious language, and they're not going to understand faith. So we have to talk, you know, logically, use some evidence and so on. And yeah, that's also some of this, kind of a bit of part of the message sent to. Oh, there's some a reminder here. Sorry if it was vibrating for a while. Yeah. So, not super wrong. In short, to make a long story short, not super wrong for a Muslim to believe some of the evolutionist claims, but they should be like Muslims should be careful about embracing these claims too blindly. Yeah, too blindly. You shouldn't be blind. Shouldn't blindly believe in these things. Maybe keep a healthy, open mind. That at least some of the claims, not all of them, but at least some of them could prove to be wrong scientifically one day. I think that probably best describes what I wanted to say. Keep a healthy, open mind regarding the falsehood of some of the claims, the evolutionist claims. Allowed Muslims allowed to believe in evolution. No. I mean, in today's evolution, basically, Darwinistic evolution, where basically that claims that humans came from apes and stuff. Yeah, that's definitely not allowed because of what we know about Adam and Eve. Now, on the other hand, evolution for animals only, or plants, this is not forbidden in Islam. I mean, a Muslim can if they really want, but as I said, it is covered by some Muslim scholars and scientists in very long series of videos, like half-hour videos multiplied by 15, something like that. They talk a lot, and they use scientific papers. They quote scientific papers. Basically, they prove that. Ultimately, they quote all these things to ultimately prove that the claims are not really finalized yet as the absolute truth regarding even animals and plants. But evolution, Darwinistic evolution that would cover humans, a Muslim is not allowed to believe in that because it contradicts what is said in Islam about creating humanity from Adam and Eve, and Adam and Eve being in paradise and then sent down to earth after they failed a test. God set a test for them related to a tree, and they failed that test, unfortunately. So they were sent down from paradise because of that. So now Darwinistic evolution contradicts this story directly. So Muslims are not allowed to believe in that. But evolution to cover animals only, or animals and plants, they are allowed if they really want to. But I think it's better to just not be involved. So you can believe. So now I'm reading your next message. So you can believe. You just have to find evidence and good. Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is a very good. It's a very good rephrasing of your question. I really like it because this is kind of what I would have wanted to say. So thank you. This is definitely one of the messages I heard from one of the Muslim scientists and scholars that I keep referring to in his series. He basically says we don't have anything really against evolution, at least in terms of evolution of animals and plants. Of course, as I just pointed out, the evolution of humans from apes, we have a problem with that because of the contradictions. But we don't have anything against the evolution of animals and plants in Islam, like directly. It's just that, if a Muslim chooses to buy into these stories, they really have to do this based on very, very solid evidence that sort of matches the consensus of what Muslim thinkers and modern scholars would agree on or would approve of.
I'm not sure.
Or of course, I mean, we don't have a sort of a we don't have a what's the word where
we make any assumptions.
a priesthood, or like we don't obey our own, scholars that way. We don't have that sort of obedience. Our obedience is ultimately just to God directly. But when I said that scholars would approve of, I only said this because most people just don't have enough knowledge, including Muslims. They just don't read a lot. They don't really study the evidence very properly. So yeah, that's why I said, find someone who actually knows what they're talking about, someone you trust. That's my advice, at least to Muslims. Answering your question. Even I know, like, you're not Muslim, but I'm answering your question in that sense. That if I'm talking about a Muslim or giving advice to one, that's what I would say. Find someone that you trust and ask them about these things. Don't be a sheep. Don't just believe in something because everybody's believing in it, or it's cool, or it's trendy to believe in that. Scrutinize the evidence. Then next is that more people would be religious if science wasn't as dominant. Yeah, in a way, but at the same time, I think the problem isn't with science. The science is great, man. It's like, especially in like, for example, the Islamic civilization itself, when it started rising. Now, of course, it's now down the toilet. Of course, today, Muslims are weak and scattered and not very economically sort of successful, with the exception of these oil-based countries. But when Islamic civilization was at its peak, we had absolutely no problems with science. On the contrary, Muslims thrived with science, and they helped scientific progress go forward. For example, like algebra. Algebra was named, like, it's called algebra after a Muslim scientist called Jabir ibn Hayyan. So algebra comes from Jabir ibn Hayyan. And then there are like countless other examples. The design of the camera was started by a Muslim, and so on. So yeah, Islam and science are kind of friends in a way. So the problem today is not exactly science. The problem today is more about blind faith in science, blind materialism too. We have another major problem in today's world is materialism, where basically people think that science equals materialism, or science equals only what we can touch and see and what have you. But science is not just based on things that we can touch and see and measure under a microscope. It's also based on logic, for example. We use our scientists use intuition. They say, I think I'm like you would. A lot of scientific discoveries came from creativity, imagination, and intuition. Scientists would feel, you could hear a scientist saying, I feel like I'm onto something here, like he's almost going to discover something. So yeah, materialism doesn't equal science, basically. That's the point. And our problem today is not with science being so dominant, but it's with a specific materialistic attitude in the scientific field being so dominant. We also have a problem in the scientific field of almost I would say it's almost like we almost have something like intellectual terrorism in the scientific field today. And I'm not exaggerating when I say intellectual terrorism. By intellectual terrorism, I mean basically terrorizing people in academia and in the scientific field if they dare mention, if they dare try to publish something, for example, based on the concepts of intelligent design. So if you wanna publish a paper that has a lot of science in it, basically describing certain phenomena in nature and how complex they are, and just simply say that that this design suggests, this thing in nature suggests intelligent design. If you dare say something like this, you can get stripped of your academic position and so on. So we have problems. We have major problems in the scientific field today. Not in the science itself, but in how we approach scientific research and how we approach our scientific research. And this allergy to intelligent design,
Nearby strike team. Exfil with the viewers. Take it now if you're ready.
to references to an intelligent designer for the universe, that we have an allergy in today's scientific field and academic scene from an allergy from intelligent design. Basically, that's a major problem, and it basically it shuts down dialogue. So there's no dialogue between there's not much dialogue between, aside from aggressive dialogue. There's no good dialogue between evolutionists and intelligent design proponents. We just have enmity. We have this intellectual terrorism that I referred to. If you can't write papers about intelligent design. You can't have a proper academic conversation about it. So yeah, we have major problems that have very little to do with science and a lot to do with human nature.
Raptor 1 has reached Alpha site. Let's hustle. Soviets have identified our location. Strike team, we can't land until you clear the LC.
Alright, now I can read your next message. I don't really know. Do you know Dr. Witnesser? Dr. Witnesser, no, I'm not familiar with him. Who is he, or what is he about? And just in case you have to leave at any point, Brad, I gotta say, I am very grateful for you passing by, man. It was a pleasure speaking with you. I know you're typing in chat, and I'm talking voice chatting on stream. But yeah, we are talking in our own way. I'm definitely grateful for this conversation. I really love basically this sort of dialogue, people getting to know each other. Especially, I love explaining what this thing called Islam is about, which as I said, I prefer to refer to it in its English word or English meaning. And the English meaning of Islam is monotheistic submission. So yeah, I love explaining monotheistic submission to people, because there's just a ton of misconceptions and very, very little true knowledge about monotheistic submission or Islam in the world today. There's so much, we have so many problems caused by both sides, basically, the non-Muslim side, where people basically, they don't really try to understand the truth from authentic sources. So some of them, of course, I'm not generalizing. I'm not saying all non-Muslims, but some non-Muslims would depend on hearsay. So they hear that Muslims did this or they believe in that, and they just take it as if it's facts, without trying to find out the truth from some Muslims themselves, people who actually follow that faith. And then we have, on the other hand, we also have the problem of a few Muslims misrepresenting the whole faith. So you get like famous or well-known people who are attributed to Islam, at least they claim to be Muslim, but who knows? I mean, God knows. God only knows if they are really Muslims or they are just claiming to be Muslims. And then they misrepresent Islam one way or another. They misrepresent Islam by something that they declare, they say, or something that they do, like terrorism and murdering civilians, for example, especially civilians who haven't done anything wrong to you or to your country or to Palestine. So yeah, a lot of terrorism goes back to this issue with the Israeli occupation of Palestinian lands and stuff. But then you gotta ask some of these terrorists, why are you attacking civilians, or why are you killing civilians for this? These specific civilians, they haven't done anything. They haven't occupied Palestine. They haven't killed Muslims. They haven't waged war against Muslim lands or Arab countries. So yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of blame to go around on both sides, basically. So I definitely love civilized, good conversation, conversation that involves, honest or genuine, a genuine wish to understand, what the others are really about. We don't have to agree, by the way. I just want to emphasize this. I don't need to agree with you. You don't need to agree with me. I don't need you to agree with me. All I need from you or anyone else out there is simply to understand me, to understand where I'm coming from, to understand what I'm about, what my belief system or what my religion is really about, what do we really believe in, what do we really say, all right? You understand that, you know that, and that's it. You can go your way and I go my way, and each one of us is, remains with their own personality, their own beliefs, their own things that they believe in. We don't have to agree, but understanding each other, understanding the truth about certain, things out there is worth it. Definitely worth it. This understanding brings us closer together, helps us empathize, helps us sympathize, helps reduce enmity and misunderstandings and hatred and all these things. And as I said, it does all these things without us necessarily agreeing. We don't need to agree. We just need to understand. And that's what I love about conversations like that. So I am absolutely grateful for your questions, man, and for this conversation. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. Well, okay, yeah. So Dr. Witnesser, a Christian streamer who told a Muslim kid that he will go to hell. I don't know. I mean, okay, let me just put it this way. If Dr. Witnesser, said that to a Muslim kid, then the problem here is that they could have said it better, okay? But he was simply stating the truth of the Christian belief system or the Christian religion. And there's nothing wrong with that, by the way, because guess what? Islam says the same thing. Judaism says the same thing. Judaism says that all non-Jews, everyone who doesn't follow Judaism is going to hellfire for eternity, for forever. Christianity also says that everybody who doesn't believe in Jesus and accept Jesus as the Lord and accept Trinity and all the Christian beliefs, then they will go to hell. And Islam says also that. Islam says that those who don't believe in one God and all his prophets are going to hell. So these, he kind of stated the truth, but the problem here is that he could have said it better. So he could have said it, in a more, in a more polite way, I guess. So he could have, for example, said, well, our religion unfortunately says that if you don't believe in Jesus as the Lord, you will go to hell. So I'm talking now as a Christian, as this Christian streamer. So he thinks that he's following the truth. He should have said, maybe you should, reconsider what you're believing in, and maybe you should embrace Jesus as the Lord of all the heavens and earth, and so you can be saved, so that Jesus can save you. Yeah, that's a nicer way of saying it. Of course, I'm not saying that this is the truth. This, according to Islam, this is exactly what will send someone to hellfire for eternity, because, as I said to you a while ago, attributing partners to God, sons, partners, wives, daughters, aspects, forms, anything like that, attributing anything that makes God like anything in the whole universe is blasphemy. It's blasphemy and disbelief. So yeah, it's kind of synonymous with disbelief, as if you disbelieve. Why? Because it's almost like you're believing in some sort of deity, some other deity, shape-shifting deity, a strange deity with partners and wives and daughters and sons and all this stuff, aspects, a strange deity with aspects. This is not God. So at least this is what our belief system would say. So yeah, that's what I would say. That I mean, I don't hate Dr. Witnesser for saying that. I just think that he might want to, he might want to kind of in the future say these messages in a more polite way and in a more objective way, kind of explain why does he say this. So instead of saying this to a Muslim kid or even anyone else, an atheist, he could say, by the way, he picked a Muslim kid. I don't hate him because he did, because he would have said the same thing, I think, to an atheist, for example. It's just that it's easier in today's world to pick on Muslims, because Muslims are like the black ducks in the world today. They are the scapegoat. So it's easy to be racist against Muslims in today's world than it is to be racist against, well, Africans, African Americans or black people. Apparently it's easy to be racist against them too, very unfortunately. But yeah, it's easier to be racist or sort of to be aggressive with Muslims in today's world than it is to be the same way with homosexuals, with Jews, even and with Christians, of course, and so on. But yeah, he would have said probably the same thing to atheists. And my advice is to try to, instead of saying that, just kind of be objective. State the information, or put the information that you know. So instead of telling people about the result that will happen, which is going to hell, tell them why. Why do you say this? So explain. And it's your belief system. That's what you believe in. No one is forced to follow anyone else's beliefs. Ultimately, we tell each other the truth as we know it, and everybody else is free. As I said, because we have free will, and obviously free will is causing us problems in today's world, but it's here to stay until Judgment Day. We are keeping our free will until Judgment Day, basically. Yeah, it's good. It's absolutely, man. It's good to understand more about other people and other ideologies, other belief systems, religions, before you form any opinions about it. And I don't claim to be a scholar on Islam, or to be a Muslim scholar, a religious leader who understands everything or almost everything about the faith. But I think I am one of the more well-read Muslims. Like, I read a lot, and I read a lot about my own religion and about science, about about other religions, about the world itself. So yeah, I guess I'm not the worst spokesperson. I'm not the worst spokesperson for Islam out there, but I am also not the best. That's for sure. I'm not the best Muslim out there. I try. I try to do my best. But yeah, and this is evident, by the way, by streaming, by playing games for 10 hours. Who plays games for 10 hours straight? Not normal people, and definitely not normal Muslims or the best Muslims. Best Muslims wouldn't play games or stream games for 10 hours straight. So yeah, but when I'm not doing that, I do stop for months. Sometimes I don't stream anything for months, so I kind of make it up. I make it up to, I guess, myself sometimes, or my own identity, my belief system sometimes, by reading and spending some time doing useful stuff. So yeah, not the worst spokesperson, but not the best either. Yeah. Of course, it's easy to generalize, isn't it? Like, you find a few loud mouths who claim that they represent Islam or represent any belief system, and it's easy to buy into it, and it's easy to generalize. Just think that, oh, since they claim it, since they say they represent Islam, maybe they are honest, maybe they are right. Maybe all Muslims, maybe they represent all Muslims, but that's not true. And if you watch my archived streams on my YouTube channel, I have a YouTube channel with the same name, Muslim Gamer TV. Maybe 99% of the videos you will find at the beginning, I always start with a necessary. I say my usual necessary disclaimer is, and then I said it to you, by the way, when I started our conversation with it. When I said that my usual necessary disclaimer is that I am Muslim, but I do not represent Islam as a belief system or Muslims in general. I only represent myself, and so on and so forth, until the end of this introduction. I start 99% of my videos and streams with this introduction because it is such an important thing to say, that I want to, if other people, if non-Muslims or other people generally take one thing away from me, or take one thing, learn one thing from me, and kind of really, I really want them to keep it, is that none of us can represent the belief system, all of it. The only person who can represent all Islam is dead. He's Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, the prophet that we believe came after Jesus, peace be upon him. So he's the only person who can represent Islam, all of it. But other than this, none of us, especially today, alive Muslims, can represent the belief system, and we cannot represent everyone else. All non-Muslims, all Muslims. I mean, all we can do is represent ourselves, say our piece. Say what we believe in, and what we think. So yeah, you will hear different things from other Muslims. You might find other Muslims who are streaming, and they will say slightly different things from what I said to you. But what I said to you today is the truth as I know it, and I always try to think carefully before I say anything. So if I'm talking quickly about certain things, then I'm talking quickly about them because I said these things before. Because I kind of learned through the years. I said these things many times before, or at least a few times before. But at other times during our conversation, you would find that I would stop there and think about something for a while before talking. So I would think before talking, and this is me processing the information and trying to find the best way to say the truth, because that's what I also it's not just about saying the truth, it's also about being accountable. So everything I say, I want to be accountable for what I say, and I want to make sure that everything I claim is accurate and true. Not just true in as in truth, but also accurate. If I'm talking about history, something historical or scientific, I want it to be as accurate as possible. That doesn't mean that 100% of what I say is correct, or true, but I do make an effort to make at least most of what I say accurate and true in the scientific sense and the religious sense too. I try, at least. Yeah, Islam, not exactly. A lot of non-Arab Muslims, like basically Muslims who do not speak Arabic and do not understand a lot of Arabic words, they think that Islam, the Arabic word itself, Islam, comes from peace. Why? Because peace means salam. So you might have heard this word, salam. You might have heard that Muslims, they greet each other by saying assalamu alaikum. Assalamu alaikum means peace be upon you. So salam means peace, and just by the sound of it, you don't have to speak Arabic, but just by the sound of it, salam and Islam, they kind of sound, a little bit similar, don't they? So this makes a lot of non-Arab Muslims think that this is what Islam means or what it is about, but that is not true. Islam is not that related to peace or salam. Actually, what Islam, that word itself, what it is most related to is another word called another word which is in Arabic is istislam. Istislam means submission or surrender. So, and what does that mean, or what does submission or surrender mean? How you say it? Which word? I said salam. Salam is peace, and I said assalamu alaikum. Oh yeah, assalamu alaikum is about peace. Peace be upon you. I'll write it to you in chat here. Assalamu alaikum. So yeah, so that's peace be upon you. I'm going to say peace be upon you. So yeah, that's the Islamic greeting, assalamu alaikum, which means peace be upon you, and it comes from the word that is close to Islam is salam, equals peace. You're welcome. So yeah, salam equals peace, but the word Islam is actually more related to istislam than salam. And istislam means submission or surrender. So, what does that mean, or why submission or surrender? Because Islam is about monotheistic submission. It's about surrender and submission to the one Lord, to the one Creator, to the one deity of the whole universe. That's what in a nutshell Islam is about. That's the whole idea of Islam, or the whole idea of monotheistic submission. And this is why life is a test. Life is a test on what is the shortest way to describe this test. It's about, are you going to submit to the one only, to God, or not? Because this is what a Muslim is supposed to do. A Muslim is supposed to submit only to God, so not submit to anyone at all. No submission to anyone in the world, anyone, regardless to who they are. A Muslim is supposed to kind of not submit, but to be very, very gentle and merciful and kind with his own parents, or with her own. A Muslim woman, a girl, is supposed to be that with her own parents, his or her own parents. Just, you have to be so gentle, so merciful, so almost weak with your own parents, but you are not supposed to surrender or submit to anyone at all other than God himself. This is what Islam is about in a nutshell. So yeah, Islam is more about surrender or submission to the one Lord than it is about peace. Why? Because guess what? Islam is not about peace only. Islam is also about war. Yes, we do have war, and those atheists who like to criticize Islam, they bring verses from the Quran to prove that Quran tells Muslims to go kill non-Muslims. But what they do is a well-known trick called cherry picking, where basically they go not just cherry picking, they cherry pick and they take out of context. So basically they find one verse, all right, that says go kill non-Muslims, or be harsh to them, or so on, and they quote it just by itself. They remove the parts that came before the verse, and they also remove the parts that came after the verse. Why? Because if they included this verse with the parts that came before and came after, they will deliver the whole message. And what does the whole message say? The whole message says that in wartime, when you're being attacked by non-believers who come and invade your lands and rape your women and wanna steal your resources, you have to go and kill these unbelievers who are attacking, these invaders and unbelievers who are attacking you. So this is the context, and then after, and it doesn't stop there. After the verse, a lot of the verses that talk about killing, after that verse says, and if they stop their aggression, then you also stop. And and God does not like transgression or transgressors, people who transgress. So even in these verses, God says, if these people stop, then you also stop, and don't retaliate too much. Like don't go and take out revenge and kind of like go to extreme measures. Why? Because this is called transgression, at least in the Islamic English speaking context. It's called transgression, and God does not like transgressors. So yeah, what was I talking? Yeah. So yes, Islam is not about peace only. Islam is about peace with those who deserve peace, and this is also why I start my stream a lot by saying peace be upon. What was it I say? I say, brothers and sisters, what's awesome. What was that? Peace be upon all those. Oh yeah, peace be upon all those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. I say this at the beginning of my streams. Peace be upon all of them. So peace be upon not just Muslims, but everybody, Muslims and non-Muslims. But which ones exactly? No, not everyone, but upon those who genuinely seek peace and work for it. So anyone, I don't care about your religion, but if you genuinely seek peace and work for it, then peace be upon you. Those are the ones. But those who want aggression, those who want war, those who want hatred, then basically Islam brings resistance to these people. Islam brings resistance, brings bravery against these invaders and against people who attack. So yeah, Islam is about peace for those who want peace and genuinely seek peace. But Islam is also about war for those who genuinely seek war with Muslims or who want to invade Muslims. And it's also about war and about a lot of bravery in war, because we do not fear death. So yeah, that's why I said Islam is not really about peace, because that's too much of a generalization. It's only about peace for people who want peace. But what is it about? Ultimately, with no exceptions, it's about submission to the one Lord. So unconditional, the unconditional submission to God. That's what what ultimately Islam is about, without any exceptions or buts or ifs or what have you. Yes, what does Alhamdulillah? So what you wrote, Alhamdulillah, means thank God. So yeah, Alhamdu, I like to write it this way, Alhamdu li Allah. Why? Because it separates, or another way, yeah, I'll put Alhamdulillah, because thank God. So yeah, I wrote it. So yeah, Alhamdulillah. I like to separate them just to put the name of God by itself. So as you see how I wrote it, Alhamdulillah Allah. So it's not pronounced this way. The way you wrote it is closer to the pronunciation, because it's Alhamdulillah. So the way you wrote it is good, is a good phonetic representation of the saying. But I like to write it this way to separate the name, just to separate the name of God from this other thing, Alhamdu, which means thanks. So yeah, Alhamdulillah means thank God, and Inshallah means God willing. So this way, Inshallah, or as you wrote it, Inshallah equals God willing. Inshallah is God willing. So or another way of saying it is if God wills it. So I'm going to do this tomorrow if God will. When I say I'm going to do this tomorrow, Inshallah, or God willing, I mean I'm going to do this tomorrow if God wills it. So we always say that nothing is going to happen unless God wills it. So even if it's bad, ultimately, as I said to you, sometimes God allows bad things to happen, to test humans, to punish others, and so on. MashaAllah, yeah, it's very similar. MashaAllah. Yeah, this one, MashaAllah. Yeah, this one is better. Yeah, how do I don't know how to cross, MashaAllah. Yeah, better not to write it the other way. Equals, that's gonna be MashaAllah equals literally what God wanted. What it means is praising something and attributing credit to God. Credit to God for its happening. I guess, yeah, this is the best way I think a best way to explain it. So MashaAllah, as I said, it's better not to write it the other way. This MashaAllah, where was it? Yeah, MashaAllah. Yeah, it's better to not write it the other way, because it's not pronounced this way. It's an awkward way of like it teaches the writer to pronounce it in an awkward and strange way. It shouldn't be pronounced this way. It is not MashaAllah. It is MashaAllah. And MashaAllah, as I said, it literally it means what God wanted, as if this is what God wanted, MashaAllah. But the real meaning, like the sort of the emotional meaning here, or the intended message here is, it's mashallah is about praising something that you see and attributing credit, for it, for its happening, all credit for its happening to God. So you look at something very nice or very beautiful, like even if it's like a beautiful child, a beautiful woman, even like your own wife one day, and if you say this, you it's like mashallah, it's like you're saying, wow, this is so beautiful, or she is so beautiful, and this is what God willed, this is what God wanted, or this is what God willed. So God willed for this beauty to be, and he created it. This is kind of, best way I can explain it. That's why Habib says that, and then says God gave him everything. Yeah, Habib, he would probably say something like that. Yeah. How do you put this in a sentence? Yep, yes, correct. Mashallah is the correct way to type it. Yes, I would say so. How would you put this in a sentence? For example, one could say, for example, wow, mashallah, he is so skilled. Or mashallah, you're very strong. Oh, you're very strong. Or mashallah, she's so beautiful. These are some examples. So for example, you could say, wow, mashallah, he's so skilled, or mashallah, you're very strong, or wow, mashallah, she's so beautiful. These are some ways, I think you can use that. So it's usually attached to an exclamation of wonder or something very nice. You're welcome. Definitely definitely one of the more interesting conversations I've had on stream. I like it. And you know what, this is exactly, this conversation is an example of exactly why I named my channel that. Why did I, if someone asks me, why did you advertise your religion in the name, like in a gaming context, in the gaming community, and on a streaming service, why advertise your religion that way? And the answer to that question is, it's very difficult to answer that question, but this conversation is exactly why I named my channel Muslim Gamer TV. That's the best way to answer that question, I think. Can you ask God for help? If so, how you would do this? Man, life is about asking God for help. Islam, monotheistic submission. Islam itself, submission, because you can forget about that word Islam for a while. I'm not saying always. Of course, you have to remember that word because it's attached to this body of knowledge. Like, if you want to understand what this religion is about, you have to know, you have to be attached to that word Islam. But just forget about it for a while we're talking about the actual meaning of the word. And the actual meaning of the word is monotheistic submission. And guess what? Monotheistic submission is mainly about that. It's about asking God for help. And you don't have to be Muslim. You don't have to be a monotheistic submitter to actually ask God for help. You can ask God for anyone, even an atheist. Even an atheist. I mean, I've heard of atheists before asking God for help in the war. Like, they are atheists all their whole life, but they stop being atheists, like in the field, down in the trenches. They stop being atheists. And this is, by the way, this is why some hardcore atheists have written this in the American army, for example. Some hardcore atheists in the American army wrote in some trenches, an atheist in the trench. Of course, these atheists were not under any danger. Like if they invaded Iraq or what have you. The Iraqi invasion started by shock and awe, by that major operation known as the shock and awe. Shock and awe basically was about dropping what are they called? Grape shot bombs, like basically nets, dropping nets of bombs on capital, on Baghdad, on the capital of Iraq, shocking the population, shocking the army itself, and creating awe. And that's why they called it the shock and awe operation. And it's basically about also weakening the infrastructure. So before even a single American soldier set foot on Iraqi soil, they had already, like the U.S. had already crippled the military infrastructure and the energy infrastructure of Iraq. So things weren't that dangerous. Yes, of course, after several years in Iraq, a lot of American soldiers were killed and were sent back in, what are they called? These I can't remember these boxes. These boxes where they put dead people. But yeah, they were sent back home in these coffins. So yeah, a lot of American soldiers die after that through the years. But it wasn't a proper man-to-man invasion. So there's a lot of situations, or a lot of times in Iraq there was no fear. Like the American soldiers, and especially the private military officers, they had no fear of anything. There was no real danger to them. So of course they would write in a trench, an atheist in a trench. But I would challenge an atheist to be under real danger, to hear bombardment, artillery bombardment falling down just a few meters away from him, and hear the clinking of bullets in every metallic surface near him, near his head, and to say at this moment, while he's being bombarded by all this, and just write casually like that, an atheist in the trench. It's difficult, it's against human psychology. It literally is not compatible with human psychology. So yeah, monotheistic submission is basically about that. It's about asking God for help, and you don't need to be Muslim. You could even be an atheist, but at a certain moment you ask God for help. And ideally here, if someone is an atheist, when they ask God for help, they ask God to guide them to truth, right, rather than just help me, protect me. But he doesn't even believe in a higher power, yet he asks some sort of higher power to protect him. Well, first ask the higher power to guide you to truth, man, guide you to the truth, and then ask for things, ask for protection or whatever. But yeah, that my point is that anyone can ask God for help, and you don't need a certain protocol. There's no specific protocol for that. But if you want to help yourself even more, my advice is to, like anyone, whether it's you or anyone really, if anyone wants to ask God for help, I would advise you to either take a shower. It doesn't have to be a cold shower or anything. Just take a shower, your usual shower, clean yourself, and get on your knees. Just sit. You don't have to, take any specific posture. What was it? Is it karate? It's a lot of Asian martial arts involve this. They get on their knees and just sit in a specific way. Just get on your knees and just like a martial artist, just like a martial artist would get down and kind of sit on his knees. So yeah, take a shower, get on your knees, and ask God for help. Ask just God. Even if you don't believe, you could say, God, if there is a higher power, or if you exist, God, then help guide me to the truth. That's how I would say how. And the reason for the shower, and if you I don't know, if a shower is too difficult, or someone can't take a shower, then just wash your hands with water, just water. Wash your hands, wash your face, and then wash your forearms from the wrist to the elbow, and wash your feet too. Wash both feet, and your head. and just not wash your head, just run your wet hand on your head. So you run your wet hand on the head, you wash your face, you wash your hands and the wrist to the elbows and both feet. That's an alternative. Just this washing is kind of, it's not just about it's not just a ritual. It cleans. It's just to clean you, to make sure that your most important parts, the most important parts of your body, your feet, your because they touch the ground, and you kind of feel the ground with them, and your hands and forearms. You know, hands are very, very important for obvious reasons, and your face and your hair. It's just you don't have to wash your hair. Just run your kind of wet your hair. Just, you know, run your wet hand. So the most important parts of the human body, you can wash them, or, you know, better to just take a shower. And this is not just ritualistic. It's ritualistic. It's about also cleaning the body. So you clean your body, and it's also ritualistic. And thirdly, it's sort of it helps in a way to also clean the spirit in a way. Like, I don't know how, but it's just how it works, because we believe that the soul is kind of trapped in the body. The human soul is trapped in this you know, flesh and blood body. So, and at the same, so it's like our body is like the ship, all right? It's like the ship, and the soul is like the what's the not the sailor, what's the leader? Man, there are a lot of words that I forgot. The leader of the sailors, captain? Yeah, I think the captain. Yeah, captain, I think. Yeah, so the soul is like the captain, and the flesh and the blood and bones and flesh body is like the ship. So our soul cannot interact with this world, with this physical world, without the body. So our soul depends on this body to interact with this world. But we are really souls. It's just that in order to be able to interact with this level of existence, with this dimension, we have to interact with this level of dimension, with this dimension or level of existence in our current bodies. So cleaning our bodies in turn also kind of purifies our soul just a little bit. So going through this cleaning ritual should be good preparation to kind of purify both your body and your soul, and then you are ready, I think, to ask God for help. And as I said, you can do this even if even if someone doesn't believe in God, they can still ask a higher power to guide them to the truth. You know, that famous saying in some movies, God, if you're out there, guide me to the truth. But and my advice is to ask for guidance to the truth first. Like, if someone if someone's faith is shaken, or if they don't know who God is, like someone thinks that maybe Jesus is God, or maybe, I don't know, maybe God has aspects or shape shifts from one form to another, then I think the best thing to do is first to ask God for the truth, to guide them to the truth first, and then ask for anything else. Humans aren't very good with promises, like, because some people would say, oh God, just get me out of this trouble, and I will believe in you, or I'll be good. I don't think any human has actually followed through with that promise. So it's better to ask God to guide you to the truth, and just don't make promises you can't keep. No, absolutely. You say, like, your questions. No, I just read your message about your questions. Absolutely no, man. Your questions are some of the smartest questions I've heard in a long, long time. There is nothing at all dumb or silly or unwanted about your questions. They are all interesting questions, and engaging questions, and intelligent questions. I actually appreciate them. So yeah, I thank you for the conversation, and I thank you again for it. And I don't say this to end. I'm not saying this to end the conversations. I'm just saying this as a by the way thing. I already thanked you for the conversation, and I thank you again. And I also thank you for the questions, because it's definitely a very, very good change, from the norm. I know, without these questions, I just get on stream and just keep playing games and talk about whatever random stuff. So rather than talk about a specific subject for a while and kind of focus on it, and it's an important subject, I'm grateful definitely for this experience. would you just say something like God please help me, or are there certain Islamic words? Oh no, you don't need to. I mean, once you, I think if someone wants to embrace the religion, like if someone wants to become Muslim or wants to become a monotheistic submitter, then I think it would definitely be a great and amazing thing for them to do if they learn Arabic. It's not an easy language to learn, especially for people who only know Latin-based languages, like Greek, Spanish, Italian, German, English, French. All these languages, Latin-based languages, they follow this alphabet ABC, ABCDE, and so on. This sort of alphabet. It's very difficult for for people like that to learn. For example, Chinese or Japanese or Arabic, because they use a completely different script that looks different, and also the rules can be a bit intimidating at the beginning. But I think learning the language, even if it's a bit of a challenge, can be very beneficial, because the Quran is the holy book, the Islamic holy book, is originally in Arabic, and there is just it's literally impossible to translate some Arabic verses or some verses in the Quran. When I say this, of course there are English translations, and a lot of them are fairly accurate or very accurate, but to really translate some of the verses, it's impossible. Most of all the existing translations are just the best effort that a human can make in translating these meanings. But some, as you saw with a word like mashallah, or expression like mashallah, it's very difficult. Like, it literally means what God willed or what God wanted. But what does this mean? To kind of get the emotion, the conceptual meaning of it, it's almost impossible to do this in 3 words, because mashallah in Arabic is 3 words. To do this in English in 3 words, it's impossible. You have to keep talking for a bit to really explain it. So yeah, learning Arabic would be great. So you don't need to use a specific Islamic word, but as I said, it would be great if someone actually learned Arabic, because then they can actually ask God for things using the same words that Prophet Muhammad, for example, peace be upon him, used. Most of the Islamic prayers, like verbal prayers, because we pray as in we stand and get on our knees and touch the ground with our forehead. This is the sort of the Islamic prayer. We do this 5 times a day to offer thanks to God and to keep our connection with Him alive, to stay connected to God every day. But verbal prayers, like just talking, asking God for things or talking God, usually they start with Allahumma. This is impossible. This is impossible for me to translate right now. I don't know how to translate it, but it's kind of like, oh Lord, kind of preparing. It's just a preparation for asking God for something. So Allahumma ighnini. It means, oh Lord, make me. Make me not be in wanting of anything, that sort of thing. So yeah, a lot of prayers start with that word, but it's an Arabic word. It doesn't matter. You don't have to say that word. So you can just say, you can just talk in English, or ask God. You don't need to talk Arabic, or talk in the same language of the Quran to pray to basically ask God for something or to pray to God. But if someone becomes Muslim, then yes, the prayer itself, the Islamic prayer, those 5 prayers that I mentioned, yes, they have to be done with the Quran, like by reading Quran in its original language. And that part is not hard, because it's easy to memorize. You just memorize certain words in Arabic. It takes a few days, you memorize them and you repeat them, and of course you understand their meanings in English. But then you just repeat these Arabic words, even if you don't understand like what each word means. You just understand the whole message in English. That's fine. But yeah, these prayers you have to say them, you have to or like read the Quran in Arabic. But when you're doing verbal prayers or asking God for something, you don't need any language, any specific language, English, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, it doesn't matter. You can ask for God or talk with God in any language you want. But as I said, during important moments, and of course, also another important thing is you can talk to God anytime. You don't have to, go through any rituals to talk with God. You can talk with God anywhere about anything at all, and you can ask God for anything that's good, of course. But when I said take a shower or wash these parts, the face, forearms and hands and feet, I said that regarding important things, like if someone wants to be guided to the truth, if someone wants to say, God, if you're out there, please guide me to the truth, guide me to to the true religion, or to what is the truth, what is the meaning of life, guide me to the meaning of life, guide me to why am I here in this life, or what's going to happen after death, guide me to the truth about what's going to happen after death. Is there really eternal damnation and eternal bliss? Guide me to the answers to these questions. If someone is asking such important questions, then I would advise them to try to take a shower before that, or just wash yourself in that way before asking such things. But if you just need help with your homework or with a difficult project at work, then you don't need a specific ritual for that. Just anywhere, anytime, anyhow. As long as you're polite and respectful and you're asking for something good, just go for it. Doesn't matter. So God, please help me. That works. But yes, man. Arabic definitely much better to learn when you're young, at school, especially at school or something. Definitely much better to learn it. And I would definitely recommend that. There are millions, if not billions, of Muslims around the world who don't know Arabic. Billions of them, and they don't know the language. All of these people, and even non-Muslims, I would definitely recommend learning Arabic, because there's just beauty in the Quran that can never be appreciated in any language other than Arabic. It's just impossible, and there are meanings that are impossible to also translate. You just feel them by knowing the language. Oh yeah, no. For the final question, you asked, no. A Muslim cannot drink alcohol. This is a major sin in Islam. Major sin. Drinking alcohol is a major sin. Gambling is also a major sin in Islam. What else? Of course, murder, murdering innocents, theft, stealing money, major sins. Maybe, of course, worse than or more serious than drinking alcohol or gambling. But the problem with drinking alcohol is that in Islam, we say that drinking alcohol is the mother of all sin. It's the mother of all sin, because it basically it affects the human's ability to judgment. It affects your judgment. You cannot judge very well when you're drunk, and some people are weaker in resisting the call to become drunk. So a drunk person can kill others by driving. A drunk husband can sometimes kill or really give a disability to his wife from beating her because he's drunk, basically in this specific state. A drunk person can shoot someone, can get his gun and shoot someone, and then after he comes to, he realizes that he did something crazy he would have never done if he wasn't drunk. So being drunk is just, it can be the mother of all sin, basically. Being drunk also means fornication, as in, people cheating, for example. Getting drunk can mean that a man cheats on his wife with another woman, or a woman cheats on her husband with another man. This is a major sin in Islam, cheating or adultery. And being drunk can make you, or can lead two people to adultery and cheating. So it is really the mother of all sin, almost. Yes, sex before marriage. In Islam, sex before marriage is a sin. Yes, married people, it's called adultery for them. and unmarried people or people who have never been married before, it's called fornication. So yeah, these teenagers who have never been married and they have sex, they are fornicating basically. And if someone was married, even if he's divorced, even if he or she is divorced now, as long as they got married, what they're doing after that, if they're having sex without marriage, is called adultery, and it's a major sin in Islam. And yes, fornication too is bad. Cheating is the worst, of course, but cheating is the really the worst. After that comes adultery, and then after that comes fornication, and they're all like called greater sins, like really major sins. So they do have their own like hierarchy in terms of like the worst kind, and going from worst to bad and so on. But they are all these big sins. They are all in one category called greater sins or major sins. But I also want to say something important regarding this, because Islam or monotheistic submission can be a bit intimidating to the modern citizen, the modern person who is used to drinking alcohol and used to sex before marriage and used to all these things. When they hear this, when they hear all this, they can think, oh man, that is a hard life. I don't want to stop drinking alcohol. I don't want to stop having sex with my girlfriend, and I don't want to marry my girlfriend in order to have sex with her. Some modern people's reaction would be this way, along these lines. And to these people and to this sort of reaction, I would say you should not basically disregard the belief system itself, the beliefs, because you are repelled from the obligations of the belief. Okay, so this belief system comes with its own obligations, that is true, but you don't have to forgo the whole belief system. You don't have to basically forget about believing just because you don't want to follow through. All right, my advice would be just believe, just do some research, ask God for help to be guided to the truth. All right, be open to believing in the truth, and if the belief comes, then great. And if you can follow through and kind of also fulfill the obligations of this belief or this belief system, that would be great. But if you cannot fulfill all the obligations, then that's not so good. But at the same time, it's not as bad as dying an unbeliever, because if a person, this is what we would say. I mean, I'm not gonna tell a Christian kid you're going to hell, that you're going to hell. But what I can say is that if a person dies, any person dies without believing in one God and all his prophets, then what we know is that this person is guaranteed an eternity of hellfire and damnation. So a person dying an atheist, if a person dies as an atheist, they are guaranteed eternal hellfire, an eternal life, a life that will never stop in hellfire. This is what we believe in our belief system. So this is the worst thing that can ever happen. So I think it's much better to believe, to be open to believe, to ask God for help, to be guided to the truth until you actually believe in the truth, until you find the truth with your mind and with your heart, both of them, not just the heart. Because following only the heart, if the heart is corrupt, guess what? Following a corrupt heart means that you are following corruption, means that you are going to corrupt yourself. So you cannot follow just your heart. A lot of people, this saying, there's this famous saying today, just follow your heart, man, just follow your heart, girl. But guess what? A lot of hearts are corrupt. You cannot just follow the heart. You have to follow both the mind and the heart. And what about the mind? So just follow your mind. Well, the problem with following the mind only is that there are certain things that cannot be understood by the mind. and science cannot answer all the questions of life in today's life. It cannot. Some people claim that it does, that it has an answer for love, for beauty, that you can explain beauty with science, and you explain love with science, that you can explain self-sacrifice with science, that you can explain belief with science. But I think the answers that come are all hypotheses and just kind of someone's imagination. Oh, I imagine that that love is based on the secretions, that certain substances that are secreted from hormones when the brain sends signals for these. And this person is explaining the result of having an emotion. He's not explaining the cause of an emotion. So that's just one example, just to tell you that a lot of people try, but they are lying to themselves, and they're lying to others. So, and this is one of the examples of it. Someone telling you that love or sexual attraction is based on secretions in the body or the mind, whereas the truth is that a person gets the feeling, and this was proven, by the way. This is not my claim. There are certain experiments out there that prove that a person can have certain thoughts without the physical change occurring first. No. So that basically the thought comes first, and then after the thought comes, then the physical change in the body, the hormonal change in the body occurs. So this basically, there's proof that the thoughts can happen, and sometimes the thought happens without a major change in the physical, in sort of the hormonal balance, or the physical body, the body itself and its conditions. So yeah, you have to follow both the mind and the heart, and you cannot follow the mind only because the mind doesn't have the answers to all questions, and because the mind isn't about, for example, humbleness. Submission is not about the mind, it's in the heart. And life is a test that can only be passed by both following the mind and the heart. So a person should definitely consider embracing the belief system, getting themselves to believe, to find the truth. Just look for the truth, and don't look for it just by your mind. I mean, try to find it with your mind, but understand that in order to accept the truth, you will have to use your heart. You will have to be humble in your heart. You will have to submit, because it involves submission. Submission is a test of anyone's arrogance. Are you too arrogant to submit to your creator? The one who created you. Are you too arrogant to submit to them? Well, if you are, then yes, then someone will become. This person is probably going to become an atheist, or even a person who wages war against God, against his own creator. And a lot of games today are based on this idea. Basically, the idea of, for example, artificial intelligence. The idea of artificial intelligence rebelling against humans is an expression of this wish. It's basically these humans are trying to explain to you the idea of humans rebelling against God. So just like artificial life, or robots, or synthetic life, or androids, rebelling against humans, and supposedly humans created them in these stories. This is a manifestation of this psyche, of this subconscious idea of these humans trying to rebel against their own creator. So yes, you can find the creator with your mind. You find the evidence right there, but you cannot accept that evidence, and you cannot embrace the belief in your creator without investing in your heart, without investing in some sort of humbleness, submission to God in the heart. And as I said, what led me to this point is that a person should really consider embracing the belief system, believing in one God and all his prophets, even if he will keep sinning. I mean, I'm not gonna say it's fine, keep sinning, keep drinking alcohol, keep having premarital sex. I'm not gonna say that's fine. It's not fine, but I think it's much better to keep doing these things, but embrace the belief system. So believe, accept your creator, just one God, no partners, no wives, no daughters, no sons, nothing like God at all, and God will never manifest as a human or in any form that is known to humans. Accept this, and accept all his prophets, believe in them, that they were really prophets who came and delivered this message to us. understand that there is fate, there is this heaven and hell, or paradise and hellfire, and there's judgment day, there are angels out there, and there are demons out there too. And accept these things, and if you accept them, then they should influence you, they should influence your actions. But if you will keep disobeying God or doing some wrong things, it's better to keep doing these wrong things but die a believer than to simply ditch the belief, say, this is too difficult for me, I'm just gonna keep drinking alcohol and keep doing this. If you insist on doing these things, that's not fine, but it's much better to insist on doing them as a believer rather than die a disbeliever because you just wanted to drink alcohol or you just wanted to have sex. Losing your eternity. It's very stupid for someone to lose their eternity or to gamble with their eternity that way. So I would say definitely consider embracing the belief system, exploring it until you are convinced and until you accept it with both, as I said, your mind and your heart, even if you will keep sinning sometimes or doing wrong things. We all do wrong things, of course, with different levels of like seriousness or evil, so to speak. You asked, are there rules against swearing? So you asked, kiss before marriage but no sex. No. No, you cannot kiss before marriage either, because it usually leads to sex with time. That's how it is. Humans keep asking for more and more and more, and they keep kind of moving the goalpost, or basically kind of stretching the limits. That's how humans are. They keep stretching the limits, trying to stretch the limits. So today we're just gonna hold hands, all right? Maybe tomorrow we're gonna hug. And then day after tomorrow maybe a kiss. It's not so bad, just a kiss. And then a week later we are making out. We're French kissing and fondling each other, and just maybe a month or 2 months later we are literally having sex. So that's how humans are. So Islam or monotheistic submission, God basically God stops us right there. God says that's the limit, that's the line, don't cross that line. So and one of those lines is the relationship between a man and a woman who are not married. So if a man is not married to a woman, or a boy is not married to a girl, the boy can only talk to that girl in the presence of her father or someone equivalent to the father, like the uncle, an older brother, that sort of thing. Like they have to be some sort of what's the word, like a caretaker, like someone who is responsible for the home, and they're responsible for the family, and kind of like the father, usually the father. So in the presence of the father, the boy can talk to the girl. And if they really like the girl and they want to kiss her or have sexual relations with her one day, then they should marry her. They shouldn't do this without marriage. If a guy or a boy is not ready for marriage, then you have to wait. You have to build yourself, prepare until you can actually open a home, in a way. That's what we say, as in kind of maintain a home. Then you can propose, and you can propose as I said, in the father's presence, or you can talk to the father. That's how it works, for Muslims basically. And this way the woman knows that basically the man is really serious, or the girl knows that the boy is really, really serious, because he went through all that trouble. He talked to her dad, he prepared to maintain a home, he is serious. So when they have sex, that's after marriage, of course. So when they get married and have sex and they have children, he's not gonna dump her and her child and leave her to whatever, to her own devices. That's not gonna happen. And that's exactly what happens in Muslim countries. Like in Muslim countries, more than 90% of the time, what happens is divorce. Like just a man divorcing a woman, but no person, no man. I mean, no, I don't want to say no because there are always exceptions, of course. But the vast majority of the Muslim population in any country, you will see that there's no such thing as a man just dumping a woman, a pregnant woman, or dumping a woman just by herself and letting her, raise a child by herself. It doesn't work like that the vast majority of the time. I would say 80% of the population is like that. Like how? Basically, if a man marries a woman, they have sex, they have children, the man stays there and helps the woman raise the children, puts food on the table, and so on. And if they can't live with each other anymore, then there's a divorce, and after the divorce, the man keeps paying some sort of maintenance, kind of like how it works in the West too. If two people got married, the difference here is that in the West now, a lot of men don't get married at all because they don't want that responsibility, and because unfortunately the legal system in the West unfortunately gives half of the possessions of the man to the woman after divorce. So a lot of men don't want to take that risk, so they don't get married and so on. But yeah, in Muslim countries, it's not like that. If there's a child, there's some sort of maintenance to pay, but the woman doesn't get half of the possessions of the man or what have you. And the woman is always is always someone's responsibility. What I mean is that there is someone who has to take care of the woman. If she's a sister, the brother takes care of her in terms of going out there, working, bringing money, putting food on the table, giving her money to buy clothes and things like that. The brother takes care of his sister. The father takes care of his daughter. If the father isn't around, there is always someone else, an uncle, as I said, a big brother, someone like that. And if everybody is dead, then this doesn't happen in today's Muslim countries, unfortunately. But according to the true Islamic system, like if Islam was applied, if Islamic laws were applied, then if the woman doesn't have any person who takes care of her in family and what have you, then she becomes the responsibility of the state. The state itself, like the government itself, pays that woman money every month to help her kind of live her life, pay rent, buy food, and so on. And she is not obligated to work. There is no in Islam, there is no obligation on any woman to work. That doesn't mean, just so I'm not misunderstood, that doesn't mean that she is not allowed to work. There's a huge difference. She is not obligated to work, but she is allowed to work. That is completely fine. She can get out of the house, she can work, she can, especially there are many jobs that are actually very favored in the Islamic system for women, like for example a female, like a doctor for females. Like when a woman chooses to study medicine and work as a doctor, especially for females, that is a great thing to do, because a lot of Muslim women feel more comfortable with female doctors rather than male doctors, especially if they have to see their private parts and stuff like that. So yeah, actually in Islam there are certain jobs that a woman is very encouraged to try and go out there and fulfill and do, like contribute to society in specific ways. But no woman is obligated to do any of this. She's not obligated to work. She's always a responsibility of someone. That's just how it works. And as I said, these obligations or these rules were set to avoid the phenomenon that we have in society, in Western societies today, where single mothers are so rampant, and there are millions upon millions of children and people out there who don't know their fathers, who their fathers are, and who were raised by a single mother, and she suffered so much. That single mother suffered a lot to be able to raise those children. So to avoid these results, we have these rules, or Islam establishes these rules. This way, the woman, or basically Islam ensures that when a man goes through all these steps before they can sleep with a woman, this is to ensure that man is really, really serious, and he really loves that woman. He truly loves her. He doesn't just lust for her. It's not like he just wants to sleep with her. No, he loves her. He cares about her, and part of the attraction is he wants to sleep with her. But that's not the only thing he wants. He actually cares about her. So to prove all this, the man goes through all these steps. He He has to prepare to maintain a house or a home or an apartment or whatever. He has to, be prepared to take care of a family, take care of a wife and his wife and a family. He has to be prepared to, knock on the door, knock on her home's door, and ask for her hand from her father, and try to be nice to the family and convince her father that he is going to be a responsible husband and so on. So going through all these things, it ensures there's no guarantee, but it's the best steps possible that can be taken to make a woman feel that the man who did all this and he's going to sleep with her, he's doing all this because he really cares. It's not just about sex. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Islam absolutely what's a hedonistic lifestyle. Definitely, Islam puts the lid on this, controls this hedonism. Absolutely, yeah, and also not just hedonism, but Islam also works on minimizing the single mother phenomenon. It just minimizes this, and the single mother phenomenon is not just about women. It's not just about women, the poor women, and the suffering of these women with their children. It's also about these children. It's also about whether they are female children or male children, boys or girls. Single mothers, they end up raising incomplete generations. Boys and girls who feel abandoned, who don't really get both role models, the male and the female. A lot of these children, they grow up not understanding what is a male. What is a male? All they know is just a female. They don't understand what a male is. So yeah, a lot of issues, a lot of psychological issues, and a lot of economical issues that affect the women, these single mothers themselves, and also affect the children. And I'm not trying to say that all single mothers raise all 100% incomplete children, because of course there are some single mothers out there who became single mothers in more acceptable ways. Like, the husband died, for example. The husband died and the woman just didn't wish to be married again. So yeah, all respect, obviously a lot of respect for these single mothers. But I think the circumstances of such mothers are different from the circumstances of a single mother who basically had sex with a guy who abandoned her and her child. In most cases like that, these women end up alone, like literally alone. They don't really get much respect or much support from their own families. But on the other hand, a woman who got married to a man who died, too soon, she usually has the support of her own family, especially in Muslim countries, because as I said a while ago, that husband he went through the formal official door, means. He knocked on the door, he talked to the father, he took permission from the father, he introduced himself to the whole family and so on. So the family approves of the marriage. So if the husband died, then the family will be so very supportive. This is very different from a girl, going behind her father's back to have sex with a guy who ends up, abandoning her and her child after she gets pregnant. Obviously, in such a case, that girl is not going to get a lot of support from the father, and the father may always have an issue. Some fathers and mothers, they will be supportive and kind of tender, but there will always be something wrong there in their hearts about this, their own, his own daughter, the father, like his own daughter, going behind his back and doing things like that and stuff. So yeah, and then he will feel that she brought this on herself, if the guy abandons her and her child. The father, a lot of fathers will feel that way because ultimately she did this to herself, and it is correct. Yeah, absolutely, man, absolutely. This is exactly the opposite of what the Western media likes to say about Islam. That Islam, undermines women and puts women in tents and forces women in homes and prevents them from education. This is just all BS. It couldn't be further from the truth. The truth is that women are so cared for and respected in Islam, and this is an obligation on men. As I said, a woman, imagine, I think Muslim women, all Muslim women are princesses and queens, literally. I swear it, man. I mean, what more do you want? She is not obligated to work. She was always the responsibility of someone, always. The father must, it's not like a choice. God, basically forces, God ordered the father to take care of his daughter and not to send his daughter out to, not to force her to find a job. She is not obligated to find a job. If she wishes to find a job by her own free will, it is fine. If she wants to help out at home, then many thanks to her, but she's not fulfilling an obligation. She is actually doing charity. Literally, a Muslim woman who goes out to find a job so she can help her father at home, or she can help at home with the finances, she is doing charity. She's not fulfilling any obligations here. This is how it is. And as I said, in Islam, women are also encouraged to study certain things like medicine. I gave an example of medicine and working as a female doctor for females. This is very, very encouraged because it's very needed in Muslim countries. So yeah, and you cannot force a woman to get married to anyone. Like, for example, there's like forced marriages and underage marriages. Another thing that media likes to talk about a lot, to kind of what's the word, there's a word about making the reputation of Muslims and Islam bad, but the truth is that you cannot. It is also forbidden to force any girl or any woman to marry anyone. The girl has to you have to take permission. Like, the father has to take permission from the girl, from his daughter, before he gives the okay to anyone. Like, if someone comes, for example, if a man, too old, a man in his 50s or something like that. Yeah, a good example is that a man in his 50s comes and asks for a girl's hand who is in her early 20s. She's 21 years old, and a man in his 50s comes and asks for her hand. And maybe that man in his 50s is rich, okay? So the father is like, and he offers to pay a lot of money to marry that girl. So the father, thinks about all this money, and maybe he wants all that money. In this case, as I said, God forbids the father of forcing his daughter to marry that rich man for the money. If she doesn't want to marry that man, nobody can force her, because she has to agree. She has to, just like a man coming to ask for her hand or to propose must take the permission of the father. The father also must take the permission of his daughter before anything. And of course, this applies to this case, but there are other cases where the man actually came because the girl gave him the address. She said, okay. I mean, they met in college, in universities, whatever, any place, at work they met, and he said, I'm interested in proposing, or I'm interested in getting to know you. Not proposing, getting to know you. I'm interested in getting to know you. She says, okay, you can come take permission from my father. Then so the man comes, takes permission from the father, gets to know the girl through something like it's not an official engagement, but it's kind of almost like interest in engagement, or checking the possibility of an engagement. Are we compatible or not? He can take permission for that. Given permission, they can get to know each other and see what they want to do. So yeah, this is one of the cases. But another case, if, as I said, a rich man comes, too old and very rich, and comes and offers a lot of money, nobody can force a girl to do this in Islam, to marry that man, basically, because you have to take her permission. So yeah, these are some of the things, and I honestly think that Muslim women, our girls, are like princesses and queens, because that's the reality of it. Yes, they might have to help at home sometimes, because just times are tough, so they need to help at home, but they don't have to work. So yeah, man, freaking hell, they are literally just princesses and queens. That's and I envy I envy them sometimes. So yeah, anyone who says otherwise just doesn't know what he's talking about. And there is a verse. People who hear this like to quote the Quran, our holy book, has a verse about hitting women, like the husband can hit a woman. This is once again taken out of context and stuff like that, because if a lot of people who are skeptic or atheists or just not anti-Islamic, or they don't like Muslims or Islam, they will always quote this if they hear me talking about saying that women and girls and Muslim girls and women are princesses and queens. Say, what about women hitting women? The explanation for this verse is that this applies to an extreme minority of women who are vulgar, who curse, who actually hit the husband. This is just to put this in context to understand what kind of woman this is, and the details about this. This is first of all, this is the kind of woman that or girl that this applies to. She is vulgar, filthy mouth. She curses, and she actually hits. She tries to hit the man, and she mistreats that man, and so on. She's like basically a witch, a mean witch. The definition of a mean witch. That's first of all, that's the kind of the categorization of what kind of woman this applies to. Secondly, hitting is not just right away. These same verses, if you look at them and if you read all the details of these verses, you will see that there is a certain step. There are steps to take. So the order comes from God. God says, first of all, give them advice. So imagine this mean witch who curses, and she's vulgar, and she's such an awful woman who treats her husband in the worst of ways, and also tries to hit him. She tries to use her hands and like really become violent with him and hit him. In this case, the man is to give her advice. So he advises her. So to basically talk to her like in a civilized way, give her advice. You need to stop this. This is not this is not a way of behaving. A woman cannot behave that way. You really have to stop this, or there will be consequences, something like that. So he has to talk. If this doesn't work after talking to her a few times, then he basically he gives her his back. He doesn't talk to her, and when sleeping, he doesn't. So obviously, there's no relation. So he wouldn't sleep with her. So even if she tries to what's the word, tempt him or lure him, he refuses. So he refuses to have sex with her, and he refuses to have any relations. So no kissing. It's not like he's forbidden. He stops kissing her or having sex with her or really talking to her much. So he basically starts to avoid her completely and kind of punish her by this, keeping a distance from her. But he should not leave home. He should imagine this. He should not sleep outside. He should not leave his house. Even in these conditions, he is forbidden to leave his home. He's supposed to stay, to keep living with her. Of course, unless she's a danger to his life, But as long as she's not a danger to his life, he is supposed to be with her at home. Just not have sex, not kiss, and try to keep his distance. And if this doesn't work, then he can hit her. And this hitting is has very specific has a very specific form. That form has these details, like the conditions. Like what does hitting mean? Hitting means a hitting that does not cause pain and does not leave marks. And so what kind of hitting does not cause pain and does not leave marks? This question was actually answered by one of the very earliest of Muslim scholars and followers, the companions. Like one of the companions of the Prophet himself, Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, had a lot of companions, thousands of companions. One of them was a scholar. Like he's a sort of an intellectual leader, someone who understands Quran and explains Quran to people. So when he asked, someone asked him, like how, what kind of hitting doesn't cause pain or leave a mark. He held a very small, tiny branch of a tree that is used to clean the mouth. It's called siwak in Arabic. It's basically something like a tiniest branch of a tree that is used to. It has certain fibers that clean the teeth. So this tiniest branch of kind of a toothbrush, a modern toothbrush. So he held something like a modern toothbrush, And he said, so it's like you hold your toothbrush this way, and you tap her, literally tap her shoulder with it. Just tap her shoulder with it like that. So yeah, someone might hear this and say, well, why not say this like word for word in the Quran? Well, God doesn't talk like that. God talks in a specific language, and then this language can be explained and deciphered, by the Prophet and by scholars to people. So people cannot just read Holy Scripture and imagine that they understand everything by themselves. This knowledge was passed on to us. The very verses was passed on to us by the Prophet, peace be upon him, and explained. A lot of it was explained by the Prophet and by the companions of the Prophet, people who were around the Prophet and listened to him and kind of absorbed some knowledge from him. So we should not depend on just our minds in interpreting some of these thorny or like really sensitive verses. But this is literally this is what Islam literally says very clearly about the issue. So yeah, that's all the information there is. So ultimately, yes, I still stand behind what I said. Muslim girls and women are like princesses and queens, really, and they're just untouchable. Nobody can touch them in any painful or any way that leaves a mark, and no one can force them to work. No one can force them to marry anyone. I swear, man, they are literally princesses and queens. Yeah. That's just that's what I have about this. You're welcome, and thank you too for a very, very interesting conversation. I love this. It's been a long time since I talked about all these things. But yeah, as you can see, I try to, I don't just give you the rosy pink picture of things. I also sometimes remember the counter arguments, because I've been in these conversations with atheists and other non-Muslims who have other non-Muslims who have like issues with Islam, or like they don't like it, or they don't like Muslims or so. I've had conversations, or a typical example, regardless to emotion, is like atheists. I've had a lot of conversations with them, and these are some of the things I hear, like some of the criticisms. So what about this? What about that? And you don't have to actually mention such things sometimes. If I remember that there is a counter argument, or there is this question, okay, what about this? Your holy book says that, and so on. I drop that point, and I try to also respond to it by telling you the truth. And everything I say to you is not my own opinion. When I talk about Islam itself, or the holy book, or the meaning of things, I am definitely not mentioning personal opinions. I'm mentioning to you the knowledge that was passed on, as I said, to us originally by the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, and his companions, the people who were around him, listened to him, learned and understood the language, understood the belief system itself, the spirit of it, and relayed the information to us. Because a lot of the information that was passed to us must be relayed in its proper context and with the spirit of Islam itself, the core of the message in mind, in order to really understand it. So yeah, that was definitely a great conversation there. Even if I did most of the talking, I still think it was a conversation, because there was questions and answers and comments and a lot of engagement. So awesome stuff, really. And I do, as you could see, I prefer it to gaming. So I was because I'm streaming. Ultimately, I'm on Twitch, so I kept playing for a bit. But that's right now. When I stopped playing, I felt like, honestly, I just felt a bit tired from the game, and felt like it's probably better to focus on what I'm saying. Yeah, to hopefully say it better. Anything else you wanted to ask? What is this? Thank you. What PC? I've got an assembled PC. It's not like one brand. I assembled my own PC. So I've got a Ryzen 500 processor CPU. I think it's what was it? Ryzen 7. Yeah, I've got a Ryzen 7 CPU. I've got a 2060 RTX 2060 GeForce NVIDIA card. So that's the GPU. I've got 32 gigabyte RAM. It's G-Skill. I think it was 3200. That speed was 3200, I think. I've got a is it 2560 by 1440 or 1444? The screen. I mean, it's a 2D. Was it? No, 2K. Yeah, it's a 2K. I've got a 2K monitor at 144 hertz. Yeah, that's it. Those are the most important, I think, parts. And yeah, it's an Asus motherboard. This ROG Strix B450 gaming, 450F gaming 2 motherboard. That's it. Yeah, and I assembled it. I basically checked. I did some research on PCPicker.com. This website, it's a very good website for assembling your own computer. I did some research on that, PCPicker.com, and Tom's Guide or Tom's Hardware. Checked, some what's the best parts here and there and stuff like that, and assembled it myself. Yeah, I stream on the same PC. I've been thinking of to reduce the load a bit, to use like my old desktop as a separate sort of system for streaming, but I still need to buy this what, I don't know, what is it called, the capture card or something. I think so. I have to buy this capture card, so that's a bit of a separate. So I have to get the budget for that, basically. But yeah, I stream on the same PC. I'm not into any super competitive multiplayer games at this point. At least I used to play Overwatch a lot. I've got some Overwatch streams archived on my YouTube channel. At the time, really, I couldn't play at the lowest settings, and to get these high frame rates and stuff like that and be competitive. So and nowadays I don't play, like, I even Call of Duty, I just play when I played multiplayer, I played just to unlock some operators. So yeah, I don't really care too much about getting the super highest frame rate and stuff like that, because I heard before that in order to like have an advantage, you gotta get like a frame rate that's double your monitor's frame rate. And in my case, well, I've got another monitor that's 60 hertz, so if I don't know, if I get 120 on it, then maybe that would be good. But if I want to play on the 2K monitor, then that means I have to get like a 288 frames per second, and that's just crazy, man. I currently don't have the budget to buy a computer that would get that sort of frame rate from, especially from the games, the modern games that I play. I mean, maybe I could get these frame rates on Overwatch, on Fortnite, and stuff like that. I don't like Battle Royale. I just don't like that mode at all, because I just hate like in this mode here in Outbreak, this game. Yeah, this game has got Outbreak mode. In this Outbreak mode, it's basically kind of like a zombies battle royale, because you don't drop by a parachute anyway, but you get dropped in a big map. So you go into a big map and you start killing zombies and doing some zombie activities in this big map. So so yeah, it's not when I said about battle royale, so in this big map I run around and do looting and stuff like that. So I search for resources in this mode. It's a big map. I break into houses, try to open chests and find some good resources and stuff like that. Kind of very similar to how it works in battle royale games. But the difference here is that I do all this, and I know that it's very difficult for me to die to zombies unless I do something very stupid, and it's very, very difficult to die while looting. Like here, if you're running around the map, you're not gonna die unless you do something utterly stupid, or I don't know, you just, like completely unskilled or something like that. But if you play, as an average player, you're probably not gonna die while looting in this mode. You're looting just to get stronger and stuff like that, to prepare for the activities and to prepare for exfiltration. So you kind of just take your time to loot, find better gear and stuff like that, and then when you're ready, you can start the activities. You can start a couple of activities to upgrade even more, to get even better gear, to prepare, to increase the difficulty, to move on to a higher difficulty, or to exfiltrate, to just end and escape. So doing the looting here it's fun, because I know that I'm preparing for the serious stuff that's coming. But when I play a battle royale game, I can do looting for 10 minutes. Like I get dropped into the map with like 2 or 3 other players or whatever, and we do looting for like 10 minutes sometimes, and bam, it's gone. All of this is literally in 1 second. I can get sniped from across the map. Some dude gets lucky with a sniper rifle and he snipes me, and let's say I'm dead. And I haven't learned anything, because it's not like I did a huge mistake by running from A to B, or by not bunny hopping enough, or by not sliding and bunny hopping enough. It's just these things just simply happen. Sometimes people cheat or use aim bots. Some people get really lucky with loot, so they find like a really perfect sniper rifle, they're very good at sniping, so they snipe you, and let's say you're done. So I just hate battle royale because of this. There's a lot of time waste in it. You run around, gather resources, and it can all just go poof in a second without you learning much. You don't really learn much from these deaths, and these deaths happen over and over and over again. So I could spend, like, when I first tried battle royale games, I could spend like 3 hours doing very little more than looting and dying. So yeah, and then unless of course you're playing with friends and you're really coordinating, so you're learning something. You're learning how to improve with your friends. But when you're solo, when you're just dropping solo into battle royale games, it's just you learn very little. So I don't really like battle royale games, generally speaking. And for multiplayer games, I kind of enjoy Call of Duty multiplayer a little bit, but I enjoy zombies more. So yeah, because I'm just sticking to zombies and stuff nowadays, I don't need super high frame rate to be super competitive. That's basically what I wanted to explain. Nice. If you have a budget of 2K, you can definitely get something very good. Yeah, Dead by no, I haven't tried Dead. I played what was it? This Steam game, zombies. It's called not Dead by Daylight. Light. It's called something light. Is it? Damn it. I'm trying to remember so many things today. Dark, light. I don't know. There's another game. There's a zombie game. What's it called? This free running. It's a free running zombie game. Parkour. You can do parkour in it and climb stuff like that. I forgot, but I forgot the name of the game. That one I played, but no, Dead by Daylight. I've heard of it. I've watched some videos of it. Dying Light. Yep, that's the one. That's the one. Thank you for reminding me. Damn it, I played that game a lot, and I used to know the name by heart, but I'm just dropping some stuff today, tonight. So yeah, I played the Dying Light. I played this in zombie games. I played State of Decay 2 and State of Decay 1. But yeah, I've watched a few videos of by Daylight and read some stuff. I think I heard that. Was it that you die? No. That's seven days to die. There was one of those zombie games where your character apparently has 7 days to die or something like it. They are guaranteed to die, and you're just playing, to see, how long you can survive, something like that. I didn't like the idea of that. I just don't. I don't want to play something that I'm guaranteed to lose, or feel like I'm guaranteed to, my character is guaranteed to die in the end. But Dead by Daylight, why? I don't know why I didn't try it. I'm pretty sure I checked some information about it, and then I decided against buying it. The whole PC. Let me try to put it together. So that's like 100. That's 400. Actually, you're right. Yeah, it's about 2K. Yeah, because the screen, but that's including the screen, by the way. So the screen was it 500 and something euros? Because I'm in Europe. So yeah, it's 500 and something euros, I think. The processor is also 500 and something. So that's about 1,100 or 1,100 euros. And then you've got the card. I think the card, what was it? When 2060 was released. I'm finding it difficult to remember now. Was it 500 or 300 and something? But yeah, it was somewhere from 350 to 500 euros, I think. Probably closer to 400 euros. So now we're getting to 1,500, and then RAM about 200. Of course, as power supply 150 or about 100. No, maybe even less than 100. Yeah, there is also a hard disk. A normal hard disk is 100. A solid state disk, if you want one that's like 2 terabytes, that's gonna be, was it 200? I think 200 euros. So yeah, you could definitely start to go, and then the RAM, yeah, you could. It's gonna be around 2K. So yeah, my system is probably around 2K, but I've never really thought about it this way, because I bought these pieces, bit by bit, because I would upgrade. I don't upgrade like all of a sudden upgrade everything. So I usually upgrade just this. I upgraded the monitor by itself. I upgraded the CPU. The CPU and the motherboard and a solid state disk by itself, or just one time. Those 3 I bought upgrades for, and then the graphics card definitely by itself I upgraded. Power supply, I've been using the same one for years. So yeah, that's why I have never really thought about the whole thing. But right now, as I thought about it, yeah, it's about 2K. And yeah, I think definitely getting some acceptable, very acceptable performance with a lot of high like really detailed graphics or photorealistic graphics so far. As long as you don't aim for 4K with that budget. because yeah, I can definitely tell you that, you know, if you're getting a monitor, yeah, 4K is gonna just be, you will definitely have to double that money if you wanna play on a 4K monitor. Then I think you will need to invest, like, and also get like frame rates above 60, above 60 frames per second. Yeah, you definitely have to spend about 4,000 euros or something like that. But and if you're happy with 1920, like high definition instead of 2K, um, I think you can actually, spend less and get like amazing performance. Yeah, yeah, definitely, man. But as I said, definitely plan your monitor ahead. As I mentioned to you, if you aim for 4K, yeah, that will be quite the budget. And you want like good frame rates and stuff, I would say minimum of 3,500. But you can play on a 2K monitor with about 2K. Oh yeah, absolutely. If you go for 1080p, 144 frames, yeah, yeah, 2K, to about 2,000 is definitely gonna be enough to get that. Absolutely, man, absolutely. In my case, I'm even more easily pleased. Like, as long as the game is above 60 frames per second, for me, I'm happy. Um, I don't mind. I know some people like really prefer to like be on very high frame rates, like above 120. But I'm happy with 70 frames per second, stuff like that. I'm okay with that, especially because as I said, especially because I don't play competitive multiplayer too much nowadays. And if I do play it, it's probably gonna be something like Overwatch. And Overwatch, it's like less. The graphics are, you don't need super powerful PC to run Overwatch. Of course, it's not as light as say what's the Steam game, CS:GO. Counter Strike. Counter Strike is probably the least demanding. Overwatch, it's a little bit more demanding than Overstrike, but it's still not too demanding. Oh, if you already have the monitor, yeah, then yeah, I've got 144 too. I've got 144, but mine is G-Sync. G-Sync is the one that synchronizes automatically, so I don't need to use V-Sync. I don't need to use V-Sync in games, because the monitor adjusts to whatever frame rate the game is producing, or your card is whatever frame rate the card is producing. Yeah, exactly. And Overwatch too, but as I said, Overwatch is a little more demanding than CS:GO, but it's still, compared to Call of Duty, for example, it's nothing. It's very, very light. So even if I do play competitively, it's probably gonna be something like Overwatch, for which I don't need much better PC to get maybe to 120. I think if I get 120, and maybe I mean that's in high settings or something. If I do tolerate low settings playing Overwatch, I might probably get one above 144 or something like that. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you, man. Switching from 60 to, yeah, that was one major upgrade. No, to be honest, I I felt I feel it hard, like now after like, even though I don't get 144, like I rarely on my system, I rarely, if ever, like it has to be like a very very light sort of non-demanding game for me to reach 144 frames per second or something like that. I'm always around 90, somewhere from 70 frames per second to 90 frames per second when I play games nowadays. um, so I don't get these super high frame rates. But the switching to G-Sync, where there's no screen tearing and stuff, and switching from HD to 2K was just, it was a major difference, like in a lot of ways for me. uh, but as I said, yeah, I don't get super high frame rates, but I still feel it. Like if nowadays, if the game drops to 30, I feel something is wrong. I remember the days when I played at 60 hertz. uh, Games, a lot of games would get down to 25 frames per second or 30 frames per second, and I didn't feel it. I would play normally, and no problems. I don't feel like there's anything wrong. But now, if a game gets down just to 30 frames per second, I don't even have to be measuring. I just feel something is wrong. So yeah, I check, and I start measuring the frame rates, and I said, and sure enough, yeah, the game has bad frame rate. So I do feel it without measuring. I feel something is wrong, and then I confirm it to myself when I measure. Yeah, exactly. Even if I don't get to 144, it's just, there's just something good about it. Yeah, something feels good. It's hard to explain, by the way. So it's such an emotional thing, isn't it? Like it's hard to describe it, or to put it into words, or but you just feel. Exactly. Everything is just so much better. Yeah, that's money well invested for gaming, at least. And I don't know, I'm a graphics fan. I like games with good graphics, because I know a lot of gamers with like humble PCs. uh, they they're okay buying 2D pixel graphics and 2D graphics games and stuff like that. And I sometimes, actually, I myself play them, but I've heard of some gamers playing thousands of hours. They just play thousands of hours of Minecraft, or some other pixel based games and 2D graphics games and stuff like that. I honestly can't do this. Like, even if I had a crappy PC, or like something that can't play high fidelity games, I just can't. I don't have that ability. I'm probably better off playing mobile games like on my phone than playing a 2D graphics game, or a sort of pixel graphics game for hundreds of hours. Yeah, exactly. You can't imagine how it is like until you actually experience it for a few hours or a few days even. Then you're just hooked, and and you can't go back. There's just no way back for you. I haven't tried. I also haven't tried like to see a game in high, like for example, to compare high definition to 2K, for example. I haven't tried that in many games, but I've tried it once. I don't remember why, for Cyberpunk 2077, and I definitely felt like there's a difference playing HD, playing it because I have two monitors, so I was able to see the game in HD, and to see it in 2K, and that I also saw that difference, and it made me feel like happy that I own a 2K monitor. But then I also have to emphasize that my 60 my high definition 60 hertz monitor. Yeah, my high definition monitor is 60 hertz. It's not 144. It's a cheap. It is a cheap 60 hertz high definition monitor. So yeah, and I think there's also another, not just about the hertz, by the way. There's another word. I only know it because of the research I did when I bought my new monitor. But there's a certain word that differentiates between the color fidelity of these TFT or LCD screens. Uh, there's a certain technology that makes colors more vibrant than others, and my old monitor doesn't have that technology either. So it's only 60 frames or only 60 hertz, and it's also the type that that doesn't make colors very vibrant. So the upgrade to 2K was, and also good colors, was an insane upgrade for me. It just made visuals on another level. But yeah, it also comes at the price of requiring, so playing at this definition comes at the price of requiring both a good CPU and a good graphics card. So you have to have a good GPU and a good CPU that can keep up. Getting one on the other, getting one or the other only, yeah, it's not gonna work. Some games didn't work outright, like for example the Division 2. The Division 2 without a good CPU, it stutters. Every now and then the game just freezes for 2 or 3 seconds, and then it starts playing again. That's the price to pay if you don't have a good CPU to keep up with the high definition. Yeah, if you need high frame rates, yes, I definitely, you have to carefully plan this. If you need the high frame rates, you gotta plan this carefully. Like basically save up well to be able to get the high frame rates on a 2K monitor. And this is, by the way, I don't know if you know the website. Do you know this one? PC, is it? Wait, I'm just gonna confirm that. PC. Yeah, that's the one. So this website, I'm going to paste it. This one, pcpartpicker.com. You can set it to your country, to your specific country or region or so, and it basically helps you find compatible parts. So if you already have for example, if you have an existing motherboard and you want to keep using that motherboard, what's compatible with it, and it's also an upgrade, yeah, this website will help you. You put your motherboard in, and then the website will find compatible CPUs, compatible graphics cards, and so on. And then there are ratings. You can see people's ratings of for example, the results. So for example, using the example I mentioned, you already have a motherboard, and then you can see all the compatible CPUs. You can also see then the ratings of these CPUs, the people, how they rated the CPUs. Sometimes the prices, not the prices for every single result, but some of the results you'll find prices, ratings, how many times they were, I think, rated, something like that. So you can also look at these results and judge the popularity, the reliability of these components. So you can buy them separately and then assemble them. You can save money that way, assemble them yourself at home. And if you don't know how to assemble a certain piece, YouTube is there definitely on your phone or on your existing PC. You can watch videos and stuff to tell you how to assemble certain parts. For many of the parts, you don't have to worry at all. It will be easy. It will be easy to assemble almost most of the parts. So don't let, if you haven't assembled PCs before, don't let that intimidate you. It's easy. The only thing you could be worried about a little when it comes to assembling is the fan, and that's only if you're buying a high-end CPU, like a processor that requires a separate fan. Usually those processors do not come with a fan packaged, and they clearly state that they require a separate fan. If you need to get a separate fan, then some fans are a bit difficult to install. That's the only concern. But then persisting for a few hours, maybe 2-3 hours watching videos, and when you receive the fan and the CPU and the motherboard, just figuring it out, bit by bit, yeah, you can do it. Like just 3 hours, insist on figuring it out, and you will figure it out eventually. That's my advice. But yeah, I would definitely advise anyone who hasn't assembled PCs before to start doing it, because you can save money, you can get the best stuff for every category. So the best CPU for you, the best motherboard for you, and so on. Hey Machi Happy, you're welcome, bro. I'm glad that if I shared something useful, I'm glad that I did. Yeah. Yeah, if you're scared of breaking the PC, I would say don't worry, as long as you don't do anything while the electricity is on, like turn it off. Turn it off, disconnect the electricity, and it would be very difficult to break anything. And of course don't open, like, don't what's the word, yeah, don't open the hard disks. Like if there's a hard disk, if you see the hard disk, don't try to break it open. That's the only thing. But anything else you can do yourself. You can definitely open the case, the PC case itself. You can open it very safely, not a problem at all. You can see the inside, see how how the graphics card is attached currently and stuff like that. Maybe take a picture. If you have an existing PC, definitely take a picture of as many parts of it as possible from different angles, so that you can see in the pictures, you can see how certain things were installed. And then when you take them off and you forget, like, how to put the new thing on, you can take a look at the pictures and you can kind of see like how the things were already assembled. So yeah. But yeah, and watching videos, you can watch videos too on like how to assemble this. So just get on YouTube, search for keywords, how to install a graphics card, for example, or how to install a hard disk, a new hard disk, or a new solid state disk, and you will find results. I guess, yeah, you can spend maybe a few weeks every now and then, just watch a video, kind of get an idea. After a few weeks, you will start to feel more confident and feel like this is familiar to you. So absolutely, like if you can delay the upgrade for a few weeks, I would definitely recommend that's what you do. Just watch videos every now and then, not every day. Like you can just spend 3 days without looking anything up, but every now and then get on YouTube, search for something new about how to assemble it, and watch a few videos, or watch at least one video that's looks very good on assembling that, and then that's it. After some time, after I think a few weeks, you will start to feel like, okay, this is making more sense. I'm more familiar with this. I can do this. And then, yeah. And then assembling is, I think, definitely the way to go. I used to assemble PCs years ago regularly, but then I stopped, and I forgot everything, and then I started buying my stuff, buying my PC like already assembled and stuff like that, because I was just afraid of not understanding all this. But to be honest, after I got back to assembling and understanding assembly, I regretted buying my PC, because I just realized that I wasted money, because you pay a lot of money when you buy your PC already assembled, for you. You're paying for the assembly service. You're also getting usually getting a PC that's not every part of it is the best part, and not every part of it is best for you. So yeah, assembly is the way to go. That's definitely what I would recommend. Yeah, exactly. Sounds good, man. I think we both need to go to bed. Yeah. Yeah. And thank you too for the chat. Thank you for the questions, the engagement, and the comments and all that, Brad. It was a wonderful conversation for sure, man. Feel free to pass by anytime, absolutely, here or on YouTube too. And would be great if you subscribe on my YouTube channel with the same name, and just follow me here. And if you have any other questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them, God willing, or inshallah. Sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I hope I can be live tomorrow too. I look forward to it. I still have some gaming time with this game, the zombies mode of Call of Duty. That's for sure. All right. So by way of Brad going to bed and this epic long conversation stopping finally after all these hours. All right. Yeah. Thank you, Brad. I thought you were already gone. See you tomorrow, inshallah. Sleep well. Sleep well, my friend. So yeah, I was just saying, now that the epic conversation, amazing and nice conversation is over, I can also take hopefully a short break, make a drink, grab a bite. Hopefully not more than 10 minutes. I think, okay, maybe I should probably, I don't know, should I stop the stream and restart it? I'm thinking maybe that's what I should do, but I also don't want to I don't know, I don't want to create like 30 minute or 45 minutes streams. I think I've been streaming for how long? Yeah, 4 hours and a half so far. So I think a 5-hour stream would look nicer, even if it includes a 10-minute break or something like that. So I'll just take about a 10-minute break and be back for probably not for long. I'll probably have to go to sleep soon myself, but I'd like to play a little bit of zombies before sleeping so I can have nice dreams about blood and guts and and zombies. I'm just kidding, but be right back, guys.
arriving at Alpha Site. You're clear, strike team.
Let's get moving, people. Recon the site, eliminate all hostiles.
One less rotten hostile.
I should not be surprised. Dimensional breaches occurring around the globe. Of course, it comes back to this facility.
You know better than most, Dr. Strauss. Team, facility entrance should be just ahead.
Zombie down. Good night. Got time. Hit him right in the grill. Tango down. Fucker.
Alright, I'm back, guys. Sorry about the delay, real life stuff, and as you noticed, I was half playing and just kiting the zombies in this weird way, and not really focusing that much on the game, because I was on a real life phone call, and I just had, but at the same time, I didn't wanna end the end the stream without saying something, and didn't want to, keep it paused, quote unquote, any longer than this without some sort of action. So yeah, I just jumped in and did what playing I could do. And I think, yeah, I also had to switch to a quieter keyboard for the phone call. And now I can get back to my main and proper keyboard instead. It should be better. There we go. So yeah, I should be able to focus much better now, but I'll be mostly quiet because I've been talking a lot. And it was good. It was definitely a good talk with Brad. I loved it. It's one of, as I mentioned when I talked to him, it's the main reason really it's the main reason I named my channel this, and gave my channel this name, is to get to know people that way, basically. Yeah, awesome time. But it also meant quite a lot.
Eat it, fucker!
Quieter while until the end of the stream.
Better
I'm
them
a bit
than me.
tired already. It's late night here, so I'll end the stream soon. But yeah, as I said before the break, I would like to, play a little bit before I go. But I'll mute the microphone so I don't disturb you with this mechanical keyboard pressing and stuff. And say goodbye once I'm good to go.
Kill the whole gang. Keep on coming. I got bullets. One less rotten hostile.
automatic doors, I would proceed with caution.
Looks like our intel was solid. Whatever Omega Group did here caused the other dimensional breaches we encountered. You remember anything relevant about your old Nazi stomping grounds?
I had heard stories about expansion into dimensional research, but that's all it was. Just stories. I recommend we restore power to learn more.
I got signal lock on. We're back in business. What happened? Satellite malfunction?
Information suggests they traveled beyond our dimension. They did not interact with the gateway, did they? I'd recommend extended quarantine upon their return to base. radioactivity moving on your position. When damaged, it splits itself in two.
Cover down. That's right. Keep them coming.
Take it if we need to regroup.
Lobotomize. That one fits the punch. Undead Tango down.
Exfil window closed. Raptor 1 will circle back later.
Easy, fucker. Better them than me. That's it for you. Zombie KIA. Lights out, sucker. Who next? I got time. Infected fucker had to go. Undead threat neutralized. Damn right. Not bad at all. Infected fucker had to go. Ha! That's it for you.
Itch me their souls.
Raptor 1 in range for extraction.
Strike team here, standing by for immediate dust-off.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ before the window closes.
Raptor 1 at the LZ. Soviets have ID'd our position. We gotta move. Strike team, we can't land until you clear the LZ.
Drone stunned. Zombie down. Stun throw. Got him right off.
Missile walk on at 30, strike team. Time's running out. 15 seconds. We're clear. Proceeding with exfil. Extraction successful. Leaving Alpha site.
That's the battle won for today, strike team.
Requiem actual strike team is on the ground.
Welcome to Alpha Site, strike team. Let's get to work.
Let's get to it then. This place is the cause of the outbreaks we're encountering. Better get inside and solve this case.
My team can handle it, Dr. Gray. They'll explore the site and find the entrance.
Eat it, fucker! Better them than me.
Stuck here.
Undead threat neutralized. That one bit the dust.
Points.
Zombie KIA. I ain't even tired.
Max ammo.
One left rotten hostile.
Maybe there's some sort of archaic sensor-based door system. Perhaps those were very popular at secret Nazi bases. These creatures, they're unlike anything we've ever seen before. What in God's name were the Nazis doing here? What was Project End Station?
What I want to know is why are Omega Group so interested? Whatever they did here caused the other breaches we've encountered. Why would they resurrect the fucking Nazi experiment? Let's get the power on.
Energy stabilization at 100%. Stabilization restored. Anomaly generated.
That's a dimensional breach, like the others. That's what Project End Station was. A gateway to another dimension. But why? For what purpose?
That's what you should.
It just disappeared.
Strike team, do you read me?
I got signal lock on. We're back in business. What happened? Satellite malfunction?
Weaver, this is incredible. The anomaly, it's a bridge to the other dimension. You know, the one currently spilling into our own reality?
Fetch me their souls.
A radioactive specimen is moving towards you. Oh, its radiation levels are through the roof. That thing's practically a walking atom bomb.
Game over for you. Better them than me.
The life form split in two. Survival mechanic? Probably. Sorry, not the time. Please don't die. Did you see that? The chemical reaction occurring to that fungus. Could be useful. For something.
Thought you could take us? Zombie down. I didn't come to play. Kill the whole gang. Dead fuckers.
Raptor 1 is nearby, strike team. Exfil window is short, so take it now if you're ready.
Suit up.
Exfil window's gone. I'll let you know when the next one's available.
Semtex throw. Infected fucker had to go. Undead tank down.
Max ammo.
One less rotten hostile. Fuckers nailed me. I ain't even tired. Hit him right in the bridge. Zombie KIA. Ha! That's it for you. He is toast. Undead threat neutralized. Eat it, fucker.
Fetch me their souls.
Next exfil window is up.
Game over for you. Infected fucker had to go. Who next? I got time. Zombie down. Semtex going out. Semtex roll.
Exfil window closed, right team.
Better than me. Thought you could take us? Good night. Undead threat neutralized. Sodomized. Ha! That's it for you. Zombie KIA. Undead Tango down. That one hit the dust.
Team, got another exfil window.
Weaver, this is Sims. Send in Raptor 1 immediately.
Chopper inbound for extraction. Get to the LZ before the window closes.
Smoke the few.
Raptor 1 at the LZ. Soviets have ID'd our position. We gotta move. Need the LZ cleared. Proceed with extraction, strike team.
Throw name. I ain't wasting any shots here. Monkey bomb on. Undead threat neutralized. Heads up, monkey bomb.
Targeting our position. We got 30 seconds.
Infected fucker had to go.
Stuck here.
Zombie KIA. them than me. Undead Tango down. Ah, that's it for you. Damn right you screwed up.
Stuck here.
Nice work.
That one bit the dust. Trust my life to a tac rifle. Zombie down.
Enough of your moaning.
At least I'm a little better armed now.
Stuck here.
I think I like this gun.
This facility was not equipped with automatic doors. I would proceed with caution.
Anything to share about your old employer, Dr. Strauss? Any ideas what Omega Group's interest was in Project Devastation?
Unfortunately, my time here was focused entirely on atomic research. but I heard stories. Mysterious gateways, unnatural transformations. That aside, we should restore power.
Stand by for coordinates.
Power restored. Beginning sector from reactivation. Warning. Energy stabilization required. Stabilization restored. Anomaly generated.
What the hell is that? Doctor, is not what I think it is.
My God. They actually did it. I did not believe it true, but they actually found the means to breach dimensions.
One less rotten hostile.
Raptor 1 has an exfil window open, strike team. Call it in if you need to bug out.
Itch me their souls.
The signal has gone. They vanished.
Strike team, come in. Do you read me? Please respond.
Max ammo.
What the hell just happened?
Peter, if our data is correct, And I believe it is. They have just returned from the other dimension.
Not bad at all. Undead threat neutralized. Kill the whole gang. Setting rally point.
This is my kind of rifle.
Indicating Pack-a-Punch location.
Observing a high concentration of radioactivity moving on your position.
Not bad at all.
That's right.
Headshot always does the trick. Kill the whole gang. Infected fucker had to go.
How strange. Your attack has caused the entity to bifurcate.
Zombie KIA. Need a medic. Better them than me. Ah, that's it for you. up. Smoked a few.
arriving at Alpha Site. You're cleared, Strike Team.
This is where it started, Strike Team. Let's get some answers.
Here we are. Ground Zero. Dimensional gates opening around the world. Should have known it would come back to some evil Nazi experiment gone wrong.
That wouldn't be the first time, would it, Major Carver? Team, facility entrance should be just ahead.
Bonus points. Double points.
Mobile meat pile fragged. Now stage it!
Stay alert. Someone may be inside.
Looks like Omega Group was correct. They came here and decided to pick up where the Nazis left off.
I think the Omega Group has adopted a certain devil-may-care attitude. I saw the tape. The Soviets sealed this place up in the 40s. Why unseal it? We should turn the power on.
Dropped another zombie. Bye-bye. Undead asshole neutralized.
well?
I think it's fair to say that's what a mega group was investigating.
Strike team, are you there? Can you hear me?
Strike team, report. What the hell just happened?
Oh, fuck me. They went through the portal.
I got a window for Chopper Exfil, Strike team. Take it if we need to regroup.
Armor marked. Deadbeat down. Indicating Pack-a-Punch location. Targeted elite.
our strike team found part of the device. Any idea what it is?
I'd wager it's from our world, an end station creation. Some sort of interdimensional scanner. Talk about divide and conquer.
Right in the brain. That asshole won't bother us no more. Deadbeat down. brain box. Mobile meat pile fragged.
Signal window closed. Raptor 1 will circle back later.
Face erased. Now stay dead. Split your melon.
Get your ass over here!
the door opens on its own, as if to welcome us, like Lazarus risen from the dead.
Looks like our intel was solid. Whatever Omega Group did here, it caused the other dimensional breaches we've encountered. You remember anything relevant about your old Nazi stomping grounds?
I had heard stories about expansion into dimensional research, but that's all it was. Just stories. I recommend we restore power to learn more.
Undead asshole neutralized.
So, the rumors were true. Project Instation abandoned atomic research because they found a way to breach dimensions.
That thing looks like the others we encountered. This is what Omega Group was interested in.
Disappeared. Strike team, are you there? Can you hear me? Where did they go?
Weaver, if our data is correct, and I believe it is, they have just returned from the other dimension.
Bag KIA.
Max ammo.
One less zombie. You're welcome. Deadbeat down.
Observing a high concentration of radioactivity moving on your position.
Dropped another zombie.
Bonus points.
Fascinating. The tree's sap has been chemically altered, dripping what appears to be liquid nitrogen.
One less zombie. You're welcome. You're done for good. Right on the fucking butt. Mobile meat pile fragged.
Exfil no longer available. I'll notify you when Raptor 1's back in range.
for good. Who's next? You all need me in this. Won't happen again. Believe me. A headshot's like a hole in one. That's how I get shit done.
Fetch me their souls. Max ammo.
There's an exfil window available.
Moaning shitbag KIA. Pull yourself together. You're dead, dumbass. zombie. You're welcome. Moaning shitbag KIX. They can't kill me! Face erased. He shoots. He's undead asshole neutralized. Dropped another zombie.
Bonus points.
Now stay there. Vocal meat pile fried.
Kaboom!
I ain't going down again.
Someone want to help?
Don't look. I know I fucked up. Get me down.
Bonus point.
Undead asshole neutralized. Dropped another drone. Split your melon. Now stay dead.
strike team.
Want revenge? Take it. Next time, be quicker.
Raptor 1 en route to Alpha Site. Get out of there before the window expires.
Assaulted with death machine.
LZ clear. Proceeding with extraction. Extraction successful. Leaving Alpha Site.
Well done, team. Drinks are on me tonight.
Arriving at Alpha Site. You're cleared, strike team.
This is where it started, strike team. Let's get some answers.
This is quite the Charlie Foxtrot. Nazi experiments, dimensional gateways, the undead. Shit, it must be Christmas. We should buy lottery tickets.
Sources say this place is ground zero. What's happening around the world right now? It all started here. Team, find a way in.
You're dead, dumbass! Tomahawk here. One less zombie. You're welcome.
Thanks, buddy.
He shoots, he scores. You're dead, dumbass. Keep on coming. I got time. Think I'd let you die?
Hostile eliminated.
Race erased. One less zombie. You're welcome.
Facility this old wouldn't have automated doors. Stay frosty.
Looks like Omega Group was correct. They came here and decided to pick up where the Nazis left off.
Seems Omega Group has adopted a certain devil-may-care attitude. I saw the tape. The Soviets sealed this place up in the 40s. Why unseal it? We should turn the power on.
Beginning second from reactivation. Energy stabilization. Energy stabilization required. Stabilization restore. Anomaly generated.
Loaded shitbag, KIA.
My God. Looks a lot like the other dimensional barriers we've encountered. What the hell were these bastards doing?
Strike team, proceed with caution. We need to figure out what that thing is.
Mark and rally point.
Strike team, come in. Do you read me? Please respond.
Fetch me their souls.
Pack a punch there.
Comlink reestablished. Thought we lost you there. What happened? Where did they go?
Data suggests they traveled to the other dimension.
Raptor 1 is nearby, strike team. Exfil window is short, so take it now if you're ready.
activity in your AO. Something is headed your way.
Exit is no longer available. I'll notify you and wrap the ones back in range.
Undead asshole neutralized.
Good work, strike team, but you can't leave the job half done.
You had enough? Thought so. Dropped another zombie. Now stay dead. Mobile meat pile frag. I'll get you back next time.
Next exfil window is up.
One less zombie. You're welcome. Dropped another zone. Kinda quiet now, ain't you?
Exfil window gone.
Nailed him right in the oven. Deadbeat down. Right in the brain box. Now stay dead. Hardpoint marked. Move! Undead asshole neutralized.
Bonus points.
Right on the fucking butt. A headshot's like a hole in one. Mobile meat pile frack. How many was that? 10? 20? One less zombie. You're welcome. Fuck! That actually hurt!
kept her head down.
Stand with me.
Hey! Hey, Red Band. Good to have you. I just saw your message now. Yeah, I was down a while ago. I went to down to the Pack-a-Punch.
Next up. Frag the flesh eater.
Corner. I mean, they were reviving me the previous match. Yeah, they did it. But this time, yeah, one of them's down already. Down the rest of the patrol. So is it like there's no timing? Oh no, there is. Yeah, I knew it.
Mayday! Mayday! Raptor 1 is going down!
Should have revived me. Wow. And this is with me being down for I think most of this round. Oh well.
stabilization at 50%. Energy stabilization at 100%. Stabilization restored. Anomaly generated.
Well, I think we can upgrade suspected Ground Zero to confirm. The Nazi...
This is what Omega Group was after. Question is, did they know what would happen when they turned it on? Comlink re-established. Thought we lost you there. What happened? Where did they go?
If I'm reading this right, I think Strike Team crossed the threshold into another dimension.
This is hilarious. And this dude is like, he's like head banging. Oh my god. I don't know how to do this Easter egg. Some people just know how to do these things, but yeah, not me.
Moaning shitbag KIA.
know what's over there, but it's big. It's headed your way.
Loading shit back, KIA.
Good work, strike team, but you can't leave the job half done.
Now skate it.
Keep going extra.
Raptor 1 is nearby, strike team. Exfil window is short, so take it now if you're ready.
This is what I do. All day, every day. You're dead, dumbass. Well, I'm an efficient son of a bitch. Mobile missile frag.
Exfil no longer available. I'll notify you when Raptor 1's back in range.
one less zombie. You're welcome. Dropped another zombie. Well, that shut you up, didn't it?
Double points.
A dead asshole neutralized. Bye-bye, bitches. You're welcome.
Fetch me their souls.
Exfil window available.
Stuck here.
Moaning shitbag, AI. Split your melon.
Window fired. They'll circle back.
Undead asshole neutral. Loaded shitbag KIA. That hit? I expected more. Who's next? One less zombie. You're welcome. You're dead, dumbass. C4 out. Multiple hostiles in lethal zone. Undead asshole neutralized. He shoots, he scores.
Team, got another exfil window. Raptor 1 en route to Alpha Site. Get out of there before the window expires.
Woods requesting chopper gunner.
Get artillery on the core.
Raptor 1 is reached Alpha Site. Let's hustle. Soviet to identify our location. Strike team, we can't land until you clear the LZ. We're clear. Proceeding with exfil. Strike team secure, Requiem. Moving out.
Solid work. RTB for debrief.
I think maybe this Brad Tree dude belongs to one of them. I don't know, some dude is using two computers and he's using this one as bait or something. This is my guess, you know. I don't know. Because they were reviving him. I mean, I was reviving him because I wanted to use him as bait. I'm guessing that, but they were reviving him with the healing. I think, well, at least I think so. So yeah, that's just bizarre. That, you know. Well, yeah, got stitched. Said, well, it's not the same clan, so maybe not. But it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. So maybe, or maybe someone is farming experience AFK. That's my best guess. But is this even possible? I don't know. I mean, shouldn't the game kick people who are AFK? It's just, yeah. But I do think this dude was farming experience AFK. Experience and ether, stuff like that. But I think, yeah, I think that's it for me for today. That's how many hours? Wow, 9 hours and 20 minutes I've been streaming. Of course, there was a long break. I think was it what 4 hours, 3 hours ago? I had a long break, 20 minutes or 20 to 30 minutes. But other than that, yeah. And then of course there was the lovely conversation with Brad, and that maybe took 2 hours, something like that. But other than that, it was just gaming. So yeah, I'll go get some rest and hopefully go live again tomorrow for some more zombies. Oh, wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. How are you, Kiwa? Yeah, how's it going? I was just talking about going. Yeah, just yeah, literally, literally. That's what I was talking about. That just seconds before you said assalamu alaikum. I've been streaming for 9 hours and 24 minutes. Um, and I said a while ago, about 3 4 hours ago, I took a long break. So that includes a long break. I think 20 to 30 minutes. Also, a very good conversation. I had a good conversation with a guy who was asking about Islam and stuff. So yeah, I kept talking to him for maybe 2 hours. Maybe yeah, okay, yeah, same, yeah, same. That's very. It's five. I'm just ahead of you by 1 hour. So yeah, it's 5:42 here. So same really. I gotta sleep. Get some sleep. But yeah, you could bookmark this stream or so. I'll after I finish now, I'll bookmark it. I mean, I'll export it to my YouTube channel, so hopefully it's there permanently. But yeah, I think about 3 to 4 hours ago, that's when I took the break. So so 5 to 6 hours ago, I think, roughly 5 to 6 hours ago, I started talking to Brad, and yeah, had a very long conversation. He had lots of questions, and I also had lots to say generally. So um, check it out if you'd be interested. It's just someone asking about Islam, and I'm, several questions, and I mentioned a lot of things. I talked about a little bit about comparative religions, some differences between Islam and the other two Abrahamic religions and stuff like that. So yeah, I think it was good. It was definitely, I enjoyed the conversation a lot. Yeah, yeah, I think so. I did, I did enjoy the conversation at least. And thank you very much for passing by and saying hello. I really appreciate it whenever you do. I also appreciate lurking. uh, yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully, inshallah, later on today. It's not technically tomorrow, but today later on. Hopefully, inshallah, I'll be streaming it for a bit again. I'm enjoying the game so far, so might as well stream it while I'm playing it until at least I move on. I don't know when, but you know, we all move on. So yeah, you sleep tight, get some a good night's sleep, inshallah, and I hope to talk to you soon. Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And my one or two lurking friends, thank you for sticking around until the end. And yeah, as I said, that's it for me. Hopefully in about 8 hours or so, maybe I'll start streaming again. Until then, guys, stay safe, rational, intelligent, and remember that intelligence is a choice, and question almost everything. Thank you.